They cook very quickly, and they're great because they kind of snuggle in with all the other ingredients in the pasta salad. Sometimes if it's a bigger pasta like a fusilli or a rotini, that's all you can get on your fork is one piece of pasta. Not so with this kind. So we're going to start by putting our cooked orzo. Like I said, it was about 5 minutes, I think, to cook it very quickly. And then you want it to be cooled so that it doesn't cook all the fresh fruits and vegetables that you're adding into the salad. This is just a half a cup of orzo, so you can see it really expands when it's cooked. All right, so we'll set that to the side and we'll start to get our add-ins ready. I've seen lots of different recipes for Waldorf salad. My go-tos are always carrots, celery, grapes, and pecans, so that's what we're going to do today. You want to cut your add-ins fairly small. Because the shape of the pasta is so small. We'll scoop those into our bowl. You could absolutely choose to add in something like chives or green onions, really whatever you like in your Waldorf.
Once again, good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. As we begin our meeting today, I'm hearing an echo. Okay, still hearing it. Good morning. Testing, testing, is it still happening? We're good? Okay. Good morning, everyone. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. For those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Merci. Please remain standing if you're able to do so, and I'll ask Councillor Kitts to introduce the performers of our national anthem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am delighted today to introduce the Ottawa Military Wives Choir. The Military Wives Choirs is an inclusive community of over 2,000 women in choirs internationally who come together to celebrate a love of singing and a communal understanding that comes from members' shared experiences of the armed forces. The Canadian Military Wives Choir began in the fall of 2013 with the first choir setting up here in Ottawa. Since then, choirs have sprung to life across the country. Nous avons deux chorales à Ottawa, l'une dans l'ouest de la ville.
We have two chorals in Ottawa, one in the east and one in the east, center-east. Today, the choir is directed by Madame Harrison Roosted.
Some families move regularly to a new posting, while for others, deployments mean long periods of separation. So these choirs are all about support, both vocal and personal, requiring no auditions or singing experience. Many members join a new choir when they are posted, enabling them to become part of a familiar community built upon the joy of singing. Members are not only spouses and partners of military members, but also daughters and mothers, as well as many serving members. Merci profondément pour vos sacrifices et pour avoir
Thank you so much for the sacrifices and to be able to be with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful performance. Merci beaucoup. I'll now I'll now ask the clerk to please do the roll call.
Councillor Luloff,
Je suis présent.
Councillor Dudas,
Here.
Councillor Hill,
Present.
Councillor Curry,
Here.
Councillor Kelly,
Ici.
Councillor Gower,
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Present.
Councillor Johnson,
Here.
Councillor Devine,
Here.
Councillor Bradley, Councillor Tierney,
Present.
Councillor Plante,
Ici.
Councillor King,
Here.
Councillor Troster,
Here.
Councillor Leeper,
Here.
Councillor Brockington,
Here.
Councillor Menard,
Here.
Councillor Card,
Here.
Councillor Kitts,
Here.
Councillor DeRuse,
Here.
Councillor Brown,
Here.
Councillor DeRoche,
Here.
Councillor Hubley, Councillor Lowe,
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Confirmation of minutes from the council meeting of March 6, 2024, and the in-camera minutes from February 21st and March 6, 2024. Are those carried? Declarations of interest, including those originally arising from prior meetings. Councillor Johnson, I believe you have a declaration.
I, Councillor Lane Johnson, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following items on the Ottawa City Council agenda of April 3rd, 2024. 19.4.2 zoning bylaw amendment 112 and 134 Nelson Street, as my spouse has a financial relationship with the owners of the properties.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest? All right, I'll note the communications on the agenda. Councillor Bradley did provide her regrets that she would be absent today. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Hill?
Monsieur le maire, que le rapport numéro 5 du comité de la vérification, le rapport numéro 12
That
du
report of number 5 be adopted. That the Protective Service Committee report number 10, the Environment and Climate Change Committee report number 9, the Finance and Corporate Service Committee's report 12A, the Planning and Housing Committee report number 24, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirements, at the City Council meeting of March 6, 2024, be received and considered, and that the rules of procedures be suspended to receive and consider the following items due to the time sensitivity of the items contained in this report. Finance and Corporate Services Committee report number 13, report from the City Manager entitled Ontario-Ottawa Funding Agreement.
Is that carried? Thank you. Item 11 is the Audit Committee report, 11.1 2023 KPMG Financial Statement Audit Plan. Is that received? 11.2 Office of the Auditor General Audit of Affordable Housing. Is that carried? 11.3 is the OAG Semi-Annual Report on Follow-Up Procedures. Is that received? 11.4 is the OAG 2023 Report on the Fraud and Waste Hotline. Is that received? 11.5 OAG 2023 Annual Report. Is that received? Built Heritage Committee report. There is the designation of the Église Évangélique Baptiste d'Ottawa at 284 King Edward Avenue. I know there is a referral motion on this. Did you want to introduce that now, Councillor Plante?
Yeah, I'll just read the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that council approve the following refer report ACS 2024-PRE.RHU-0010 back to Built Heritage Committee by their October 2024 meeting, currently planned for October 8th, and permit staff to include, if necessary, a revised staff report and or supporting documentation for inclusion in the distribution of the meeting agenda with appropriate notice being provided. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Kelly. Is that carried? Item 12.2 is implementation of changes to the Ontario Heritage Act. Is that carried? 12.3 is the designation of 2 Peter Street. Is that carried? Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee, 13.1, Ottawa Paramedic Service Implementation of the Medical Priority Dispatch System. Is that received? 13.2 is a motion from Conseillère Plante on Problematic Properties webpage. Is that carried? Item 14, Environment and Climate Change Committee, 14.1 is the Urban Flood Information Report. Is that received? Item 15.1 is the Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan. I know there's a motion on that, so perhaps we'll hold that. Or do you want to introduce the motion?
Yeah, we can introduce the motion if I don't think it's very controversial, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Okay. Order, Mr. Mayor, I'd like the item held for questions, please. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I'd like the item held for questions overall.
Okay, so let's just hold it. We'll deal with it after.
Sounds good.
Thank you. 15.2, corporate sponsorship and advertising policies. Is that carried? Item 16. 16.1 is the 2024 tax policy and other revenue matters. Is that carried? Okay. Sorry.
Excuse me?
Okay. Are you dissenting?
I had a amendment.
Okay. Okay, then we'll hold it. Sorry. Okay, so we're holding 16.1. 17, Planning and Housing Committee, 17.1, zoning bylaw amendment for 1806 Scott Street. Is that carried? Carried. 17.2, annual report pursuant to the Building Code Act. Is that received? Received. Item 17.3, we will hold. There's a couple of motions for that. 17.4, development review legacy file official plan amendments. Is that carried? Carried.
Can I dissent on
Oh, sorry, yeah.
427? I'm going to dissent on 4270 LaMarche.
Yeah, so just to be clear, there's 6 items here within 17.4, and Councillor, there were some written submissions about item 4 and some votes against it at committee, so Councillor Kitts is dissenting.
I'm dissenting on that as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Dissenting as well, please.
Okay, sure, recorded vote, just, so is everything but 4 carried? Yes. Okay, so item 4 then, recorded vote, please.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Derouz.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Desroches.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Bradley. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
18 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, thank you. Item 17.5 is waiver of demolition control at 10 Empress Avenue. Is that carried? Item 18, we will hold. And then on the bulk consent agenda, that's where Councillor Johnson has declared an interest on 19.4.2. So on everything except 19.4.2, is the bulk consent agenda carried? And then with the abstention of Councillor Johnson on 19.4.2, is that item carried? Okay. Let's go back to item 15.1, which is the Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan. Councillor Luloff, did you want to introduce your motion now, and then we'll answer questions?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the strategic development of the Orleans Corridor and St. Joseph Boulevard supports the city's commitment to cultivate a one economic region approach for Ottawa-Gatineau in alignment with Priority 1 partnerships and collaboration, and whereas the city is committed to facilitating key city building projects to support economic growth, enhance quality of life, attract investment, talent, and visitors, as outlined under Priority 2, city building projects in the Strategic Priorities and Actions document. And whereas Priority 3, connectivity, emphasizes improving transportation connectivity and access to support economic activity and leverage Ottawa's central location for the attraction and growth of investment, which aligns with the goals of enhancing the Orleans corridor. And whereas the city and province has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in constructing 4 new O-train stations, resulting in the Orleans Corridor and St. Joseph Boulevard economic area becoming the best transit-serviced former downtown corridor in the city. And whereas the promotion of these areas of significant city transit investment can significantly contribute to achieving the objectives of Priority 5, downtown in the Byward Market, by extending the focus of revitalization efforts to include strategic corridors and boulevards serviced by O-train service throughout the city. And whereas the Orleans Corridor Secondary Plan area and St. Joseph business area are critical to the economic development and urban renewal of the eastern part of the city, offering unique opportunities for community development, connectivity, and sustainable urban growth. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs Economic Development Services to 1, leverage the Orleans Corridor Secondary Plan and the Orleans Integrated Community Improvement Plan to advance economic opportunity and activity in Orleans on a priority basis, and 2, collaborate with stakeholders, including the Heart of Orleans Business Improvement Area, to identify economic development actions aimed at attracting investment and employment to the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a series of questions for staff if they're ready. Overall, I'm going to support this strategy. I think what is needed, though, and what is critical is balance in the focus of economic development, and we can see that there's several motions coming forward to highlight and underline certain regions of the city. And obviously, the downtown gets a lot of attention, and rightly so. We're all concerned about that and want to see it thrive, but we also have a lot of other commercial and employment districts right across the city that we also want to see thrive, and we're focused on building balanced communities that has housing, jobs, and retail. So for example, in Riverside South and Finlay Creek, the community design plans are premised on having that proper balance. So can staff speak to the emphasis that will be put on the business parks that are currently vacant, that our plans are to see them develop? So in Riverside South, we have lands. In Finlay Creek and Barrhaven, we have employment lands set aside. Who's pitching those, and who's going to help us make sure that we're bringing jobs to these communities? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, David Wise will respond to those questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. It is important to recognize that the economic development strategy is a citywide plan. It does look at how we are going to leverage investment across the entire city. Further detailed plans with respect to local areas, specific wards, sections, those would flow out of the plan. But the primary answer in response to the councillor's question is that we are looking at key partnerships. Those key partnerships are with Invest Ottawa, with the Ottawa Board of Trade, and we are looking for leveraging, as we see those opportunities arise, those partnerships with our economic development partners through this strategy to leverage how we are going to promote investment within the city overall, and as those opportunities arrive for key strategic areas to work with our partners to leverage those investments in those specific locations where appropriate.
Thank you for the answer. So if we have some prospective investors who want to come to Ottawa and they knock on our door, who puts the pitch on to sell Ottawa and to give them as many options as possible right across the city of Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, there are a number of avenues in which that can occur. That can occur through our Invest Ottawa partners, through that stream that they have to help us with the investment opportunities, and indeed they do so currently right now. The Ottawa Board of Trade is also an opportunity for them to come through and provide again that direction. The staff is also always welcome and always willing to meet with and discuss potential opportunities with new applicants, people who are interested in doing business within the City of Ottawa. That is something that staff is always willing to help assist new businesses with.
Okay, thank you, because I do think there's a lot of exciting options right across the city, and in particular South Ottawa, and we have the competitive advantage of having the airport there located in the south for access for companies that want to have that access, and thrilled to see that Porter's making investments that will bring jobs to the south and I think to other parts of the city. One thing I asked that committee, and I think it is missing, and you provided an answer, is where is the Ottawa Senators in our economic development strategy? It's a question mark at the present time in terms of their move and the impact that they will have potentially in the center of the city, but also in West Ottawa. So why isn't it listed in this report?
Mr. Mayor, the Ottawa Senators are absolutely a significant economic driver. They're a very successful business within the city, and they are continue to be a significant stakeholder as we move forward in the progress of the city. With respect to the relocation of the arena, that is a business decision. It's also within a political frame as well, so that is something that we didn't necessarily want to highlight in particular. But of course, as those plans crystallize in whichever form that they may crystallize in, we would certainly be working with the Ottawa Senators through our concierge service, the high economic impact project stream, to move that application through as quickly as possible through the city permitting process. So we certainly do have the opportunity, and we have the programs that are in place to assist the Senators as that plan is finalized. In whatever form it does go through. But that is something that, again, because there is that uncertainty, that's not something that I can comment on any further at this time.
Thank you. Moving on, I do pay attention to the work in Invest Ottawa and appreciate their working hard. My perception, though, is that there's a strong high-tech focus, which there should be, and we've succeeded, I think, thanks to the good work of the councillors in Canada to build a great business environment there. But where is the focus on the manufacturing jobs, skilled jobs? We have a number of industrial lands across the city that are quite active. These are important jobs to our economy. They're not high tech, but they provide a good, viable living and for the employees, and add to our tax base. So, how are we promoting not just the high-tech sector, but manufacturing and those skilled jobs that are critical? Certainly, the colleges right now that we have in Ottawa, they're working very hard to produce people that have these skills to work in the manufacturing sector. It's not the most glamorous, but how are we promoting that?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Economic Development Strategy does consider the role of small businesses and entrepreneurs, and some of those non-high-tech businesses. Those are considered under Priority 7, which is the leveraging of our partnerships, and also under Priority number 5, which is our key sectors. And where those strategies fall is that we do intend to continue our work with Invest Ottawa, but also through our own city means, through our own development strategies as well, as we work to promote opportunities for those small businesses. The other thing as well is, as I noted at committee, is that this strategy is also nested along with the official plan. It is nested along with secondary plans. It is nested along with other policy documents and procedures of the city as well, which all come together and work together. Certainly, the forthcoming new zoning bylaw process that is unfolding is looking at opening up additional permissions, streamlining additional regulations to make it easier for small business to be able to operate and to be able to move forward. So all of those things do need to look at in conjunction. But the primary vehicle through the Economic Development Strategy is through Priorities 5 and through 7, leveraging our partnership and also focusing on our key sectors, of which small business and entrepreneurial activities is one of them.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward, as are many members of council, to the Trillium Line opening, and that's going to do a great deal of work to improve transit on that north-south corridor. But people forget that this is an old industrial corridor, rail corridor. So the lands on some stations are former industrial or current industrial. And that puts limitations on development. They're not serviced with sewer and water. What are we doing to, as far as a strategy, to animate the lands around the transit stations and truly build a transit-oriented city? I'm thinking specifically in my ward of Leacham, which I call the ugly duckling of stations. It has a lot of limitations. Not only is it missing services, but it's also in the shadows of the airport. So there's a lot of constraints. But we've invested a significant amount in rail, and if there's a will, there's a way, and I think there is certainly a will to see some development in that area over time. So what are we doing to animate these former industrial areas?
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. As we unfold with the transit strategy and as that line becomes active and moves itself forward, that is also being considered within the broader frameworks of the Transportation Master Plan and also the Infrastructure Master Plan with respect to transportation, mobility, access, and servicing to those locations. Those in itself will also be coupled together with the unfolding of the official plan as it works its way through implementation. There are also the secondary plans that will be moving forward. The Riverside South Secondary Plan will be coming to committee and council later this year. And there will also be further work with respect to industrial and economic development strategies unfolding as we work our way through the official plan and also through the zoning bylaw process in itself. So again, the economic development strategy is that opportunity to provide an overarching citywide framework, but it is the implementation at a local level that we will work with through Invest Ottawa to leverage some of those partnerships for key sectors, and also the regulation structures as we work our way through the official plan, through the secondary planning process, the zoning bylaw regulations, and so on, that will result in further action.
Thanks very much. Last question is just an amendment that was made at committee on some further consultations to support some specific areas, Canada, and the Ottawa International Airport, which I don't have a problem with. Again, I think it's a massive competitive advantage for South Ottawa. But what does that mean exactly to you? How does the airport fit into this economic development plan? I mentioned the Porter investment, which I think is fantastic, but then I see some of the retail development, and I think, is that really the kind of employment that we want on airport lands is retail? The TNT could have gone anywhere in the city of Ottawa. How do we work together so that we're really going after those high value kind of aviation industry jobs at the airport versus retail, which could go anywhere else? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The airport economic district was classified as a special economic district within the official plan, as was the Canada North business area. Also, both of those were considered to be citywide of economic importance as they moved their way forward. As those plans unfold, we will be looking to meet with both the Airport Authority and also with businesses within the Canada North. The motion does direct us to continue to collaborate with the Canada North Business Administration as we currently do. And we will develop further strategies on how to better coordinate what the city can provide with what the market investment directs for those particular areas. So with respect to the airport, there is an awful lot of significant aerospatial work that does occur in those areas. There's an opportunity to work with the airport as they look to establish themselves as more significant than simply an end destination as to where they are. And there is the relationship between businesses, including in Canada North, who rely upon that airport for mobility connections to their customers and the global community as well. So certainly the synergy between those special districts and the action that came forward in the motion is well taken by staff. And we will continue to work with the Airport Authority and the KNBA as we look to realize how to best affect that going forward.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm out of time. I'm going to support it today, but obviously be looking for some balance in this plan that brings employments and jobs, not just in one part of the city, but throughout the city, and starts to fulfill some of the planning ambitions that we have around transit and in communities where we've set aside lands for employment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. It was just over 4 years ago when we declared a state of emergency in this city due to COVID. It feels like 40 years ago, but it was just 4. And there were many ramifications, of course, coming out of COVID that have impacted our city, province, and country quite hard. And like I said, Ottawa has not been immune to those impacts. So I listen, I appreciate the proposed strategy and action plan before us, certainly a long time coming. And my concern today will be focused on the downtown core. Certainly, this is a broad report before us, and I appreciate all the comments and the motion on the table now, but I'm not aware of any other neighborhood in the city of Ottawa that was impacted anywhere close to the downtown core when it comes to economic impacts at this point. And, you know, having lived here my whole life and seeing Ottawa's workforce diversify is a very good thing. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. We can never ignore the federal public service, high-tech sector, post-secondary sector, 110,000 post-secondary students in the city of Ottawa, the growth in health sciences and health services, and of course, I think the underutilized tourism sector in this city, just to name a few. But like I said, we cannot ignore the federal public service. So I've got some questions that I'd like to address to the city manager, and I understand that her and her team have met and are meeting with senior federal officials. There's a number of issues on the plate. There's, you know, what's the future of federal public servants in the city of Ottawa? The buildings that we see them declaring surplus and the unloading of buildings across the city, including the downtown core, and how downtown in particular is impacted by much fewer federal public servants working in the downtown core, and the disposition of buildings, both present and future. So I'd like an opportunity to hear from the city manager about those discussions, what exactly is being discussed, where are we seeing some positives, where are we making progress with the federal government, and then I'll follow up about next steps.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question and the opportunity to speak to this. I do meet with the Deputy Minister of PSBC on a fairly regular basis. And I can also speak to the fact that during COVID, there was a group of senior officials, both at the city level, and I would say from the city of Ottawa, and also from Gatineau, that met with senior officials at the federal government as well to talk about what was happening in our downtown core, to talk about what was happening with respect to transit and the impacts on our businesses. I said this at committee, and I'll say it again today, that the federal government does hold their cards very close to their chest in terms of what their future plans are. One of the things that we've talked about to council and we've highlighted as a risk is as they continue to divest in their real estate holdings in the downtown core, that there is a risk to the city. We do receive payment in lieu of taxation payments. We're very grateful from those, from the federal government, but as they divest themselves of those buildings, that will impact the revenue that we receive. I think one of the good things that we're going to talk about today as we speak to the Ontario-Ottawa agreement is a commitment from our provincial partners to have those discussions with the federal government to talk about the impact that that's having on the city of Ottawa. I'm going to say we're most impacted across Ontario. The entire impact is about $20 million across Ontario. We're about 50% of that. And it's really continuing those discussions with the federal government and looking to having some sort of stability and predictability with respect to payment in lieu of taxation payments. So we've got sort of a 10-year time frame to get ready for that. We know the federal government lists properties for sale. We see those on their site. It takes them a very long time to actually dispose of those properties. We had a conversation with them. Their process takes about 8 years, which is significant, but their requirements to dispose of the properties are also significantly different than what we have here at the city. We try to expedite things. We try and free up our lands and our buildings for other uses, particularly for housing. So their process is very elongated with respect to that, and we've shared our best practices with them in hopes that they can actually advance this and do this a little bit more quickly.
Thank you. That's good. I I heard that during the peak of COVID, as people were working from home, the suburbs were doing quite well. Businesses were opening, people were staying close to home, spending their money in their own neighborhoods. There was a significant outflow of money from the downtown core to other neighborhoods in Ottawa. Has the city quantified the number of businesses that were located in the downtown core that closed up?
I'll look to my colleagues in Pareto Economic Development to see if they do have a quantification of that. I do not have that on hand at this point.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, no, we don't have those numbers. Business churn is something that we have not checked in. We might be able to consult with some of our colleagues or some of our partners at Okobia, and they might be able to give some anecdotal reference, but that is not something that we actively track.
Yeah, it's I've not seen numbers myself, and I'm certainly not the ward councillor, but when I am on foot, whether it's Bank or Sparks or other downtown streets, it certainly does not look or have the same vibe that it did pre-COVID. And that's a concern because for me, I want to see our downtown recruit new employers. I want to see buildings full of people, whether they're there for employment reasons or living in the downtown core. And this is really a long-term plan to revitalize a major neighborhood sector. We don't want it to become the donut. We don't want our downtown to become rotten over time. We want a focus there. So, you know, when the federal government makes these decisions, work at home models, hybrid model, and our transit's down 40% still in year 4, and we know the impact to transit, and the federal government doesn't see the city of Ottawa as any different than any other city in Canada. We've had local MPs say that to me, that you're not special, despite our decision making and the significant impact that this having on the city of Ottawa. There is not that additional funding, transition funding, or even an acknowledgement that their decision making significantly impacts our city and will continue to impact our city for years to come. And that's a significant concern. So finally, just going back to the city manager, what are the next steps? Like, what's on the agenda when you meet for discussion? What will future discussions with your colleagues at the federal government cover off? What type of progress can we see for the city of Ottawa?
It's a bit of a tricky question in a sense that we do talk about these issues on a regular basis, but it's really the engagement that we need from the federal government to come to some sort of conclusion and next steps to move these issues forward. Again, when we speak to the Ontario-Ottawa agreement and the deal, you'll see a recommendation in the report with respect to bringing the agreement to the federal government to continue to advocate for assistance for the city to make movement on these issues.
I thank the city manager for the answers and certainly her engagement on behalf of the city. Downtown needs the right balance between office, residential, and commercial retail, and that balance right now is off. And certainly looking forward to this plan and working with our partners to see that needed investment in the core. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I just really have a few comments. I'm glad to see section 4 and 5. Thank you at committee for everybody to support that put into this motion. I think they're important things. I want to make a general comment about some of the language in this report because I think there's a lot of good things in this report. I think the concept of knowledge-based industries is confusing for people. I mean, what industry is not based in knowledge? Like, there's no knowledge required for any other industries, but it's a term that people don't quite understand. And the universities and colleges, you know, and there's 4, Algonquin, La Cité, Ottawa U, U Ottawa, and Carleton in the tech park. They are not quite sure if that was them or it was the tech industries. What is knowledge-based? So I think it's important for us to, in our economic development reports going forward, to make that very clear what we're talking about. So I will say that because even in the motion, I got questions about, well, is that the universities and colleges? And on that note, I don't know that there's enough about our education sector, and I don't just mean post-secondary. I actually also mean our high schools. One of the conversations I had in the last couple of weeks was whether the big school boards could actually use some of the federal buildings for schools. You know, it's very difficult for school boards to afford to build new schools, but yet there's empty buildings around. And there's space in the tech park as well for potentially high school classes, obviously university college classes. So I just think that sector, the education sector, is not highlighted enough in our report, and I think it's foundational to where we want to be. I'm really glad that the 2 economic districts are getting some attention in here, because, you know, there's nothing I hear more from the tech park that if they work at particular companies that are Scandinavian, they almost want to say you can't get there from here. And as we all know, it's tricky to get from Ottawa to Finland and Ottawa to Sweden. Not direct flights and not necessarily easy flights. So I'm glad to see that in this. I will say that the other language that I think is confusing in this report is partners versus stakeholders. And, you know, Councillor DesRoches was just talking about the Ottawa Senators, and I heard Mr. Wise refer to them as stakeholder. Yet I think some people would say that they're potentially our partners, depending on what happens. And of course, our BIAs, I don't think are highlighted enough as them being our partners as well. So I think some of the language makes it unclear. I think that's fairly typical of reports, you know, generally. If we were more straightforward about exactly what we're focusing on here, I think that would be helpful. But I think it's rooted in some of the language. I think this is a work in progress. I do want to say thank you very much to staff for arranging the meeting with the semiconductor industry, because I mentioned it a couple of meetings ago, and those meetings are now set up. So thank you very much for that. It could be significant, as I say. I think that one of the things the mayor said in his campaign that I loved was, this is not about, you know, either or, but and both, and that type of language. So when councillors talk about, well, our biggest challenge is the downtown, then we get into a conversation where we're sort of, well, we either focus on this or that, where economic development, as Mr. Wise said, is the entire city. If the tech park is going to go down the road of semiconductors, where the semiconductor hub is right now is actually in Orleans. And so a space in Orleans, a space in Canada, a space downtown, it spreads it out across the city, right? The universities and colleges, the downtown plan has universities and colleges as a key part of it. Same with the tech park, same with their current campuses right now. How do we see that evolving to be citywide, so that we don't have this, you know, oh, well, it's all about the downtown, or it's all about some industry over another. So I would just, that's my general comment. I think that there's a lot more that could be in this report. I'm generally happy with this report, but I'm comforted by staff that they understand the challenges, and they're always willing to have these conversations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I made most of my comments about this report at committee, and thanks staff for their work on this and their responsiveness to some of those comments that were made at committee. I did want to raise one issue with regard to economic development, and that is each May, more than 1 million tulips blanket the Ottawa region in Commissioners Park and on the shores of the Rideau Canal and at other various parts of the city. And the event typically sees around 500,000 visitors come to witness and commemorate why the Tulip Festival exists, which of course is the role that Canada played in the liberation of the Netherlands and Europe. And so ever since 1953, the event's been held. I'm wondering to city staff, just on the funding side, as I understand it, you're moving to more of an application-based model for some of these festivals instead of allocation-based. And I'm just wondering, is it expected the Tulip Festival will receive the same amount of funding if they apply that they've traditionally received in years previous?
Mr. Mayor, the Tulip Festival has received funding from economic development for several years now. A few years ago, the funding was moved from the cultural funding stream to the economic development stream to reflect the real priority for attracting tourists through the festival. What has happened in recent years is that the funding has come through economic development, but is now going to shift back to the cultural stream for next year, and funding so the group will apply through our regular cultural funding process in order to receive their funding.
Thank you for that. I guess I would just say, obviously, there's an economic development impact here and a cultural impact. The festival brings in an economic impact of over $40 million for the city every single year. And so when you hear about things like a cut of $50,000, it seems penny wise and pound foolish, perhaps. So just to be clear, is the Tulip Festival going to be receiving the same amount of funding that they've received for the last decade, several decades, from the city of Ottawa, that $100,000 mark, which I understand they use to leverage provincial and federal and other funds, which is why it's so important. And if they're not, then what are we doing to make sure we're enhancing what is, I think, a relatively small amount of money that we allocate to these sorts of initiatives in the city, but that drive a lot of tourism and economic development in the future. So kind of twofold there, Mayor, is are they going to receive the same amount of funding as in the past if they apply for this under this stream? And if not, then how do we leverage a small amount of funds for these sorts of initiatives in the city to make sure that our traditional festivals are well supported?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that for this year, the festival through economic development will receive $50,000, and that next year that funding will not be available from economic development, but that the group would be eligible to apply through the cultural stream. That is a competitive stream, so the group would, like other festivals, apply and be evaluated through our jury process based on the relative merits of what they will offer next year.
Okay, last comment I'll just make, Mayor, is that, obviously the cities across the country advocate to the federal government for stable, consistent, and known funding so that they can leverage it and they can count on it. The reason we do that is because they can leverage it from other orders of government and they can utilize it against their own spending plans. It's the same for our festivals in the city. Rather than moving to an application-based model where it's unsure year after year if you're going to be funded, you have something that's allocated so that it's going to be there, you can count on it, and then economic development comes back to us in the city. So I would urge city staff to think about an allocation versus application model. Certainly for our festivals. I think the same goes for things like shawarma festivals, if we're going to be having those in the future, which I hope we do. We should put some weight behind those sorts of things with actual funding to back these things up. And in this case, I think it's important that that festival continue to receive at least the same amount that they've been receiving for the past several years. And I'll certainly work with RCFS and others to see about how that can happen, because we don't want to be cutting our festivals for such a small amount of money, but that does so much for our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm very happy to be having a conversation about the health of our downtown. Thank you so much, Councillor Brockington, for bringing it up. To quote the great Jane Jacobs, you can't rely on bringing people downtown, you have to put them there. And for many, many years, the federal government put them there. And now, there's no going back to 2019. The nature of work has changed. We're missing 80 to 100,000 people that would have typically come in and out of the downtown core. Now, this is our greatest challenge. I also think it's our greatest opportunity because we have a twin crisis happening in downtown. One of vacancy, because we have a lot of empty buildings, but also one of displacement. I'm hearing time and time again, every time a new development comes in and we want new development, we want more density, it's displacing tenants from low rent apartments that they can afford now. It's pushing them out of the core, and it's also pushing the cultural class out of our core. So right now there's a building on Bank Street that's about to be redeveloped. It'll come to committee shortly that has live work studios for some very prominent artists who will be displaced, who will lose their housing, and who will not be able to afford to live downtown. There's also the Enriched Bread Artists Studios in Hintonburg, just over the bridge in Councillor Leeper's ward, where at least for on the temporary basis, while that building is redeveloped, they will also lose their home. I'm wondering if city staff, I know that we have some idea of the empty buildings, the vacant buildings in downtown Ottawa, but do we have any accounting for the ones that are half empty, that may have space available for rent, where some of these displaced cultural workers, for example, might be able to find space that they are looking for?
Mr. Mayor, through our quarterly economic development report, we do keep track of leasing rates, both leasing rates in terms of Class A, Class B, and Class C office space, in terms of both true vacancy, as in fully available, but also in terms of those that are leased but are not occupied. Those are provided to this committee and to council in our quarterly reports. I don't have those numbers available at hand, but certainly those numbers are available.
Thank you, because I was recently in a conversation about office to residential conversions with a huge number of developers from the industry. Councillor Gower was there to talk about the way forward. And there were developers who have buildings that are 50% empty that said they want to liquidate those tenants and they would rather have the building sit empty if they can't make a profit on a conversion that's higher than 25%. So this is very bad for our downtown core. And I'm wondering if has been any discussion amongst staff about how we might help increase the vacancy in those buildings through partnerships with groups that may be displaced, specifically in the arts community. And if so, if that conversation isn't happening, if staff are willing to start that conversation, because I think we have both a crisis and an opportunity. We have people looking for space, and we have a lot of empty space. And right now that discussion is not happening.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not entirely certain of what the legal authority would be for us to advise a private owner of a building how they could occupy their space. If the question I believe the councillor may be asking is how can the city play a role in engaging in some of those discussions, I think that would be a different angle the staff would have to look into, and we'd have to discuss and potentially come back with some proposals.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll follow up on that later. And the last piece I wanted to say is that we cannot have economic recovery for the downtown core without the social supports that are needed. The number one issue that I hear about from businesses in the neighborhood is the impact of the overdose crisis and homelessness on our community. I am thrilled that the alternative crisis response will begin in Centertown this summer. I do think that'll offer a lot of support, but we need a lot more than that. Because, speaking to our social service providers and all of our neighbors and business owners, the drug poisoning crisis has led to an increase in erratic behavior and a general sense of unwellness in our downtown core that's exacerbated by all the empty storefronts and having less eyes on the street. And so I'm looking forward to our conversation about the new provincial money that the city was able to negotiate, because I do think we have to have a conversation about public safety beyond crisis and beyond policing, and about how we can really improve the character of the core and have us be good neighbors to each other, because this is the number one issue I'm hearing about. So thank you very much. I look forward to the conversation later this morning about how we might allocate that new provincial money to really make a difference downtown. Thank you.
Or maybe this afternoon.
Or maybe this afternoon. We'll see when we get there.
Thank you, Councillor Joster. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up a little bit of the comments that my colleague, Councillor Menard, raised about the Tulip Festival. I hadn't anticipated having that conversation here today, but in light of the fact that the item on the agenda of the Economic Development Strategy Action Plan zeroes in on several sectors, including the tourism sector, as a focal point here. So speaking from my own professional experience in the festival sector and the arts and culture sector writ large, I just want to address the critical impact that festivals have as economic drivers of cities. And so I guess my first question to staff is, what was the rationale for moving this particular festival, which is not really a cultural festival, but what was the rationale for moving it from economic development to cultural recreation facilities?
Mr. Mayor, I would. I think economic development is best placed to speak to their program and the changes there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We certainly acknowledge, Councillor, the significance of the Tulip Festival and all of Ottawa's marquee festivals to driving the visitor economy and contributing to quality of life across the city. I don't think anybody would certainly argue that. A decision was taken some years ago, as Mr. Chenier pointed out, to provide the Tulip Festival specifically with some certainty around their funding, to take them out of the application process and to provide them with some concerted funding to support their financial needs. As time has moved on, and because we now have a new economic development strategy and action plan with a number of other priorities, economic development would like to move that funding back to the cultural stream where it should be. We feel that the Tulip Festival should receive funding from the city based on merit, as every other festival does. And I think it's important to understand that the actions of the economic development strategy and their support for the visitor economy definitely includes the arts and culture sector and the festival sector. And we agree that festivals should certainly have more defined financial support, but the city is not presently in a position to provide that through the cultural funding stream with our CFS. However, I would also note that the municipal accommodation tax and the increase of 4% to 5%, that additional 1%, does provide for some additional funding support for marquee festivals. I would also note that Ottawa Tourism provides a number of funding streams for festivals and other destination development attractions and experiences. So there are other opportunities for the Tulip Festival to certainly increase their budget in order to deliver programming. Ottawa Tourism also provides an inordinate amount of marketing complementary to the Tulip Festival, recognizing its significance as a marquee festival. And certainly in the important spring season, it is really a hallmark and a kickoff, really, of the festival season in Ottawa.
Thank you. So for festivals like the Tulip Festival, for any festival that is not a revenue-generating festival, the stabilizing effect of public sector funding is not only what keeps the festival active, but it's what drives the economic benefit, because it attracts people from all across the city and beyond for many reasons, one being that it's a free program. And having worked in the sector, I know very much the destabilizing effect that these kind of shifts can have. And while I appreciate the fact that we're trying to move it into a different stream, for a non-cultural festival to compete in a cultural arena, we are setting it up for failure to a certain extent. So I spoke with the executive director of Tulip Festival last night to ask what has the last year been like. Because right now, the strategy that they've been directed to in the cultural stream is to work towards operating funding. And I know exactly what that process is like, where you have to achieve a certain number of project grants before you get to operating status. And so that's what Tulip Festival is dealing with right now. But they've gone from 100,000 to 50,000 to a projection of 0 for the next year. But while they are currently in project funding status, the last grant they applied for from Arts and Culture, they applied for a 10,000 grant, the maximum they could get. So from 50 to a maximum of 10,000, but they got 4,000. They got 4,000 because it's a competitive pool with a small amount of funding to begin with, and they are competing in an arena where they don't even fit the criteria as much as they can. So while I can understanding there's a desire towards moving them to a different stream where they can still maintain status, that destabilizing time before they can attain any kind of operating may just very well be the kind of destabilization that can kill an entity. So I would certainly entertain having further conversations with staff. If there's a long-term strategy of getting them towards a more stable arena in a different stream, what can we do in the meantime as bridge financing? Because getting 4,000 compared to 50, good luck to them. So I wouldn't mind having a further conversation about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate all the work done on economic development, but I just feel that housing has to be part of it, especially affordable housing. When I think of downtown, it's still not there. It's still not a feeling of a community, which it needs. We need to encourage families to live right downtown. Following Councillor Troster, people are getting displaced, and that is problematic. We need to encourage the housing everywhere. And right now, it's a bit sterile. And without housing, you're not gonna keep people there. We've known this for a long time. I worked on the Hill for 30 years. MPs couldn't even find housing nearby. They always had to go further afield. It's now a little better, but we still haven't made it feel like it's a community of its own. So we have to continue to work on that feeling. Yes, it's going to be lots of things in terms of tourism, et cetera, but if people don't feel that it's a place where people live, it's going to empty out at some point at some hour and then be, vacant. So I hope that will still strongly be considered as we move forward with economic development. And if you want to make any comments, that's fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Of course, the Economic Development Plan is one of many plans that we have nested within the city that focuses on different areas. There's no doubt that the housing sector is a critical economic generator. Of course, if you have nowhere to live, it's hard to contribute to the economy. But also in terms of that, there's also the talent acquisition, which is also part of the talent strategy, which is part of the economic development strategy, which is to look at and find ways in which we can assist as a city in leveraging a lot of the trades that we need in order to engage in home construction and home building as they move their way forward. With respect to the housing file itself, with respect to the procuring of homes, that is covered under the official plan and the forthcoming zoning bylaw work that we are doing. So that is an area where, again, there is that synergy between the various plans as they move their way forward. The economic development strategy does synchronize and is consistent with the official plan, and in turn also links together with transportation and master plan, infrastructure master plan, which all work together to look to promote additional housing opportunities throughout the city.
Thank you, appreciate it. Just want to make sure we don't stay in silos and that we see that they belong together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much.
Conversion, I'm just going to plug our lunch and learn we're having next week on soft conversions. We will also be having sandwiches from La Bottega, which is in my ward. So I'm encouraging you all to come and support them because they did have an accident at their store last week. Second of all, I do have a question just about the festivals and the funding. So I met with the director of both Music and Beyond and the Writers Fest, and they were saying how the province has also cut funding for big festivals. Do you guys get updates as to what the feds and the province are funding and on top of what we fund them?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have representation on the Ottawa Tourism Board of Directors and the Tourism Development Council. So information from the province and the feds on grant programs and funding awarded would be received by Economic Development Services in the city through Ottawa Tourism.
So is there a list somewhere that we can consult with the list of festivals and which level of government is funding for how much?
I think the short answer, thank you, Mr. Mayor, the short answer to that would be yes. There would be a list publicly available through the province on their grant funding from last year. They are in application process for this year. There's typically a lag. You often hear stories about funding coming after festivals have actually started, and I know the province is working very hard to correct that. I could certainly, Councillor, put you in touch with someone at Ottawa Tourism that could provide you with the latest information of what provincial funding was received by Ottawa festivals last year. That information would probably be available as well through Ottawa Festival Network, but I'd be happy to facilitate getting you that information.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Okay, on the Councillor Luloff's motion then, is that carried? And on the recommendations as amended, is that carried? Thank you. Moving to item 16.1, tax policy and other revenue matters. I know there is a motion, I believe, from Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Kavanagh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here we are talking about the importance of revitalizing downtown, and what is it but a lot of multi-residential buildings built before 2000. If we want to encourage, we have to look at the issue of equity. And right now, we're talking about a slight increase for the multi-residential rate for buildings that were built before 2000. That strikes me as kind of the opposite of encouraging them to stay there. We heard a lot about demevictions and renovictions, and we've heard about displacements from older rental buildings. And yet, we symbolically are increasing the multi-residential tax rate for the older buildings. That is why I'm putting forward this motion, that be it resolved that Council freeze the multi-residential tax rate for 2024 on buildings built before 2000 at the current rate of 1.4032. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. And just before we go to questions from councillors, can I just ask staff to comment on this, the implications of this, and whether you're supportive of this? I know it was discussed yesterday at the committee meeting, but please offer your thoughts.
Mr. Mayor, I'll start off and then Joseph can kind of top me up. So just to be clear, what we presented in the report was the rate would be increasing to 1.40831. The direction or the motion in front of us maintains that the 1.4032, which is a 2023 amount. What I'm supportive of is our recommendation in the report to add that slight increase. That slight increase is mainly driven through the appeals process. We know that we've been slowly bringing that rate down with the target and goal to get to 1. As per the direction we received yesterday, we are very supportive of following that direction in terms of proactively getting back on track, if you will, and accelerating that process to get that 1 target. So I think that's what I would be supportive of, is continue with the recommendations as it stands in the report and the direction we received yesterday to take that proactive approach to get back on track and accelerate getting that target of 1.
Just to add on to what Cyril has mentioned, the ratio that we're presenting for 2024, the 1.4083, is a neutral ratio that guarantees that the taxes that were paid by multi-residential building in 2023 will be the exact same taxes that are paid by multi-residential building in 2024, plus the 2.5% increase. If we did hold the 1.4032 rate, in essence, there would be a slight reduction to the multi-residential taxes, and that would then shift over to all the other classes. So we talked about this yesterday, about a $2 to $3 increase to the average residential property. The second thing I do want to point out is that because the reduction would be so minor in the multi-residential side, it would not trigger the automatic rent reduction, which is triggered at a 2.5% increase. This means that this reduction could potentially be held onto by the landlord and not passed on to the tenant, and the city would have no recourse.
So just to be clear then, you're saying that the increase from 14.032 to 14.08, I've forgotten the 5th digit there, but that is neutralizing the growth in assessment, the impact of the assessments.
That is correct.
So it's not actually representing an increase. It's the means of neutralizing that so that the increase from our budget increase of 2.5% is the same for everyone.
That is correct, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. You definitely asked the main questions I wanted to ask. Staff have said they don't support the motion before us. I thought we agreed just yesterday that the Menard direction was the accelerated pace that we were comfortable with, and we agreed to that direction without a dispute or discussion. We've just heard that the marginal difference in the rate would have no pass-down savings to tenants, and yet other taxpayers would pay for the difference. So unless there was another objective that the mover and seconder can address, I would not support the motion that's on the table now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. Cyril and Joseph, what would be the total revenue loss for the city as a result of this motion?
Mr. Mayor, there is no revenue loss to the city. This is strictly shifting of taxes from one tax class to the other.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Mayor. I know we're all working very hard to work in a collaborative way, but to me, this motion is not in order. This is a budget direction. This is a motion that should have been brought forward as part of the budget. And it should have been brought forward with the proper analysis in terms of impact on the overall budget. And that's just being fair to city councillors around this table who want to do our jobs with the proper information and not a single motion like this out of the budget process. And I've heard around this table, we've got to improve the budget consultation process where we go out and we talk with folks and we give them an opportunity to comment on it. And again, I think just bringing a single motion like this isn't in order, and I think does a disservice to the work we're trying to do to build a very predictable and reliable budget process that involves the input from the community and understands the choices that we need to make, which sometimes we do have some trade-offs. So again, I won't be supporting it today because I don't think it's in order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Desroches. I think we're going to go ahead with voting on the motion in a moment after others have spoken, but I think it is technically in order because it is about the actual ratio that we're voting on today. So that's the reason why I think it's allowable, but okay, Conseillère Plante.
Thank you. This is actually just a flowers post to Joseph and his team because, as you know, myself and a couple of councillors are working on a vacant storefront tax, and you've been just very helpful. So I wanted to give you your flowers publicly in front of everyone. Merci.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Well, I concur, Joseph and the team, and they do a terrific job. But I also, and mark this date to April 3rd, I agree with Councillor Brockington. I think it's not April 1st. I don't believe on policy on the fly and writing on a napkin. We had a good, wholesome discussion. I think Councillor Menard's direction was sufficient, and for those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion that's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So as the seconder of the motion, I just wanted to speak to it a little bit, and I certainly do appreciate the comments from my colleagues that any incremental shift from this kind of freeze would be quite nominal. It could, as you said, Mr. Mahoney, it could put more money in the pockets of landlords. It wouldn't likely, if at all, have any kind of decrease in rent. And yes, this would shift on average $2 to $3 to every residential taxpayer. But of course, there already is a rather large discrepancy of what is being paid between residential and multi-unit residential. And so yes, this would shift more money to the other class, but this shift would be in line with a direction that we already were on. I certainly appreciate and am very, very enthused by Councillor Menard's direction of phasing towards having parity between the residential rate and the multi-unit residential rate within 3 to 3.5 years. I certainly support that. I think that's the bigger victory out there that I'm enthused by. And so any support for Menard's direction is tacitly support for what this motion here, in principle, is still trying to achieve, which is parity, if only symbolic, but not necessarily through any kind of actual hard numbers. And so can I just ask a question? If we had been on a multi-year pace, and don't forget, at one point, multi-unit residential was at 2.176. It was way, way above. If we had been on a multi-year path towards parity, and that path got arrested in 2020, 2021, what had been the rationale for stopping that path that we are now hoping to get back on and that Councillor Kavanagh is hoping to freeze? What had been the rationale for stopping that path towards parity?
Mr. Mayor, if I understand the question, the pause in the reduction is directly related to the pause in the reassessment process, which is really controlled, and those decisions are made at the provincial level. So staff can't really speak to that.
So we had been heading in this direction towards parity. The Menard motion is trying to get us back towards parity. The Kavanagh motion, if anything, is attempting to, to at least hold us into a place where we, it sounds like, are hoping to go. So in principle, I would be supporting the motion. And as the impact on residential taxpayers would be nominal, I would ask my colleagues to at least be open-minded to that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks to staff for working last week with us, and then again through the long weekend. I know that tax ratio report is detailed, and it's an important one for our city, and appreciate your work on that direction. I just on the the way the motion is structured, I think it's likely best I would recommend withdrawing it, just because I understand the intent of it, but given what staff have said about that not being passed along, and of course their will to come back with some direction in 2025 and a considered approach over a 3 to 5 year period. I think that is what we heard from delegation yesterday and what we've been hearing from the public, and so hopefully we can get on that path, though I understand the will of the motion. It's not I think in line with the considered approach that staff are going to take beginning next year. So I just very friendly recommend withdrawing it, but that's my piece. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. No? Okay. I'll just say, for the reasons that many councillors have articulated, including that the direction from yesterday is sufficient, and that the understanding of the reasons for the slight increase this year, and the fact that it won't be passed on to residents, I won't be supporting the motion. So if we could have a recorded vote on the motion, please.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Giroux. Councillor Giroux? No. Okay. Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Plante?
No.
Councillor Hubely? Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Duresh?
No.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Councillor Menard?
No.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor Johnson?
No.
Councillor Devine?
Yes.
Councillor Kelly?
No.
Councillor Bradley? Councillor Kavanagh?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Lowe?
No.
Councillor Luloff?
No, merci.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
No.
3 yeas, 21 nays.
Okay, thank you. On the report itself, then, is that carried? Okay, moving on to item 17.3, which is the City of Ottawa's Housing Accelerator Fund, use of funds and roadmap. I know there were a couple of motions on this one, so please put up your hand if you'd like to. Councillor Lowe?
As we're reading in the motions, right now? Yeah, okay. Whereas the City of Ottawa's Housing Accelerator Fund use of funds and roadmap delegates the authority to the Director of Housing Services to allocate 90% of what the city receives from all 4 advances of the Housing Accelerator Fund towards Initiative 6, which is the nonprofit affordable housing pipeline strategy through conditional capital contribution agreements with housing providers, with 90% of the first 3 advances up to $119 million. Whereas a report of the Ottawa Light Rail Transit Public Inquiry states the importance of committees and councils being able to exercise meaningful oversight of critical decisions made by city staff, including receiving timely updates from staff. Therefore, be it resolved that staff shall communicate to Planning and Housing Committee and Council through memo or IPD the contents of the forthcoming report to the CMHC at least one Planning and Housing meeting prior to the submission, and be it further resolved that the memo shall also contain a list of projects expected to proceed upon receipt of the next tranche of the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Do you want to speak to your reasons for the motion?
At the end.
Okay. I think it would be helpful for people to understand what you're trying to achieve.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. This is very much simply an information motion, and the importance of the projects that the Housing Accelerator Fund will support means that it's important for us to ensure that we're exercising proper oversight and of the information and data that the City of Ottawa is going to be sharing with the CMHC. As well as what the plans are when the money is received. So considering, especially when you consider the last tranche of the funding, the Housing Accelerator Fund funding in 2027 it's completely based on the degree to which we've achieved our growth targets in the first 3 tranches. It's also appropriate to know what our progress overall is towards receiving that last $39 million. The intention's not to disrupt the process, but it's to ensure that we as city councilors do our jobs properly. It's good governance, considering the impact, both positive and negative, that the projects may have in the host communities that in which they'll be located. Very grateful to Councillor Kelly for seconding this motion, and I hope that you'll see it in the same way I do, and I can get your support on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Brockington, you have a motion as well?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. Whereas the recommended Housing Accelerator Fund spending plan allocates 90% of the funding towards the nonprofit affordable housing pipeline strategy, and whereas recommendation 2 of the report would delegate authority to the Director of Housing Services to allocate 90% of what the city receives from all 4 advances of the Housing Accelerator Fund through conditional capital contribution agreements with housing providers, with 90% of the first 3 advances being up to $119 million, to be allocated in a manner that will best achieve the deliverable of the half, taking into considerations the recommended projects identified through the REI. Whereas outlined in the report, the issuance of the 4th advance of the half is conditional upon a number of dwellings issued building permits from growth targets. Whereas the list of 25 eligible not-for-profit affordable housing projects consisting is attached as supporting document 2 to the report. Whereas the Shepherds of Good Hope acquired the former Park Lane private residence and property located at 1083-1095 Maryville earlier this decade, and invested significant time and resources to renovating the building before their clients took occupancy last summer. Whereas the renovated facility at 1095 Maryville provides a safe residence for those who have come directly from the shelter system. Whereas the 2023 opening was the 3rd Shepherds of Good Hope facility on the same block, and the proposal for 1083 Maryville will be the 4th facility operated by the Shepherds on the same block. Whereas since the summer, there have been a high volume of incidents in the Carlington community engaging the Ottawa Police, Ottawa Fire, Ottawa Paramedic, other community partners, local businesses, and residents, resulting in multiple meetings hosted by the local councillor aiming to provide greater social stability in the immediate community. Whereas acknowledging the right to housing for all residents, there is a strong concern with the concentration of a 4th facility on the same block, in addition to a high volume of other supportive and social housing in the neighborhood. Whereas the list of potential projects to be funded by the half far outweighs the funding available. Whereas the recommended projects to be funded may include both affordable and supportive housing projects. Therefore, be it resolved that the Director of Housing Services consider the cumulative effect and community impact of approving recommended supportive housing projects before allocating half capital construction funding to such developments. And Mayor, just as way of introduction and further explanation, I'll just say that my first term of council, the Salvation Army proposed to relocate from the Byward Market. And at that time, the mayor and the city manager and the general manager of community and social services all supported this relocation. And the former mayor often said that the market has a high concentration of shelters and supportive housing, and we need to spread these residential facilities around town. Senior staff supported this position. In Carlington, which is a neighborhood in River Ward, 14,000 people in this community, certainly does its fair share. Social housing, supportive housing, and as I said, 3 existing Shepherds of Good Hope facilities on 1 block alone. The 2023 opening of the latest Shepherds residential facility has contributed to some social unrest in the neighborhood, and even the board chair agrees that their transition was rushed with inadequate on-site supports for residents. And I will acknowledge that some improvements have been made. It's good to see, and conversations have yielded some positive outcomes following a number of sit-downs with key community leaders, including the Shepherds of Good Hope. And there exists from some in the community strong opposition to any such expansion plans before we actually address the issues that exist today. So while there is no support on council to modify the list of projects that we've seen in the staff report, the motion before us today, supported by the general manager, ensures global consideration of cumulative effect and community impact of these projects. And I do stand strongly by my previous votes and unwavering support for housing. Housing for all. The issue here is that transitions into the community must have sufficient resources and supports for residents, and this is the current struggle that we see now. So I really want to acknowledge and thank staff for working with me on this matter over the last 9 months, and in particular for the compromise that we have before us today by this motion. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. I think those are the only 2 motions, if I'm not mistaken. So just before we go to other questions and comments, if I could ask staff to speak to each of these 2 motions and their thoughts on them and whether they support them or not, just to confirm or, yeah.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the first motion, from Community and Social Services, our practice whenever we are allocating funding, especially a significant amount of funding, is always to inform council of the funding allocation process and the results. And we intend to do the same thing with the Housing Accelerator Fund distribution of funds following a transparent and equitable evaluation process of the projects on the affordable housing pipeline, in the affordable housing pipeline. So we can accept this motion because it would be part of our normal practice, and we expect to do that well in advance of the CMHC report.
Mr. Mayor, from Pred's perspective, there's just some concern about the timing of the reporting, and Mr. Wise can provide some information on dates, but reporting at the Planning and Housing Committee meeting prior to submission, it should be understood that it will, by its very nature, have to be draft because there are still milestones that we have to track, report on. We need to meet with CMHC on draft content. There may be changes. So as long as that is clearly understood, that it would be draft. I would also point out that we do report on the units through our quarterly development tracker currently, so that information is there. But that's the concern, the timing issue and the fact that it will not be final content at that point.
So just to be clear, you would be reporting this anyway? This is just a matter of timing of the reporting? But it's important to note, and I don't know who could speak to this, but the list of projects can't and won't be changed, correct? That's not something that councillors can become involved in?
Well, Mr. Mayor, that's a good question. We weren't sure if it was intended to capture that list of projects or the action items or both. So perhaps some clarity on that would be helpful.
So, Councillor Lowe, can you speak to that?
Yeah, so the intention's not for us to disrupt the process or the projects that are going ahead. I know, the 26 projects that are on that list, I know can't be changed, and they won't be, you were not going to say, no, let's not do this one or let's not do the other one in favor of another one. The second, therefore be it resolved, is the one that speaks to the projects that are on the list. And I think it's helpful for councillors, especially the local councillor who's going to host this project, whose community is going to host this project, to know that this is going to be, this is a shovel-ready project that's going to go ahead next year with the receipt, or that year with the receipt of this tranche of funding. So it's not meant to, the intention is not to disrupt or to cancel or try to alter a project or anything. It really is purely for information, so we know what's going ahead that year with that funding that we're receiving.
Okay, I'll open it up to others, but I guess I would just wonder if there's a better way to achieve that than through this motion and through a process that it seems to raise some questions about the feasibility of the timelines and needing to be drafted and so on. So I would hope we could find another solution, but I'll open it up to other councillors for their comments. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And based on what I just heard from both of those answers, I'm actually more confused about this than when I walked in. It's my understanding that I was in the last Planning and Housing Committee meeting, and Councillor Lowe suggested a direction that staff didn't seem supportive or comfortable with or of. Has something changed since that meeting? Does the wording of this motion work for you guys? Are you able to come to Planning and Housing one meeting before the submission with a draft? Because I don't think most of us who are supportive of this motion care whether it's a draft or a final report.
I think if that's the case, that would be helpful. We did suggest alternate wording to that effect. So, but if that intent is clear, we could support it.
Okay, perhaps Councillor Lowe could clarify, even though I know he's just engaged in another conversation right now. Can you repeat that for Councillor Lowe? I want to make sure I'm not going to launch into a debate here if I don't have to. I've got many excellent points to make, but if I don't have to make them.
I assume that was directed at me.
Yeah, if you don't mind just summarizing that for Councillor Lowe.
So yeah, it's really the timing issue that I mentioned earlier and the fact that the report would not be final. Sharing a draft report, although it is, an additional piece of work for staff, that can be done. Just want to make it clear that it's not a finalized report, given there's reporting requirements that would follow that Planning and Housing Committee date and interactions with CMHC that could change the final contents of the report.
My turn, I guess. Yeah, no, I completely understand that it would be a draft, and this was addressed at Planning Committee last week, I think. It's, the timing of the last Planning Committee meeting of the year is generally early December, late November, and it's completely understandable that the information that we're sending to the CMHC gets completed at the end of the year. But a draft is also very helpful. We get drafts all the time for various other things that staff are trying to achieve. So that draft information is very helpful for us in understanding how we are progressing in our growth goals, as well as, like I said earlier, helping the local council understand what projects are going to be proceeding in their wards, especially the ones where they're located.
Are you comfortable just adding the word draft in there? And does that help everybody move forward with this motion?
I think that sort of clarity might help.
Okay, so we're talking about adding the word draft in the first, therefore be it resolved, draft contents of the forthcoming report. Is that where you would put it? Yes?
Talking to me? Oh,
yes,
yeah.
it's your motion.
The contents of the forthcoming draft contents of
draft
the forthcoming,
contents.
Yeah.
Sorry, but can I just ask the city manager maybe to speak to this little bit. I think staff are being, trying to be helpful and accommodating here, but I want to make sure we understand the impact of anything like this on process and on the sequence of events for this very important funding.
Thanks, Mayor. I think, the important point here is that we do have a capital plan that was approved with respect to the list of projects, and that's been brought forward to council. We're very happy to report on what's happening with respect to the HAF. I mean, it's amazing news for the city in terms of the investment that's coming from the federal government. And we want to update council on a regular basis with respect to it. So we're happy to do that. I think, with the wording of draft that's being inserted into this, it's helpful because, as my colleague has talked about, there is a bit of a negotiation and discussion that happens with CMHC as we get to that final reporting piece. So we just want to make sure that that's very clear, that what you're seeing could potentially change just a little bit based on those last minute discussions that are happening before the report goes in.
So are you, if the word draft is added, are you okay with the motion?
We're supportive, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Are you okay? Okay. I realize that we did get staff to comment on their thoughts on that motion, but not on Councillor Brockington's motion. So if somebody could speak to Councillor Brockington's motion, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did have the opportunity to discuss this with the councillor. Council has approved a 10-year housing and homelessness plan. In that 10-year housing and homelessness plan, we have set out affordable housing targets. Council has also approved a long-range financial plan. The financial plan contemplates the funding required to advance affordable and supportive housing targets. We have a capital plan that Council approved last September that lists 26 and other projects that are at various levels of readiness in terms of development. And we formed at that time, and prior to that time, an affordable housing pipeline. And that was because we needed to ensure viable projects were being advanced as part of development, especially given the context of a global pandemic that affected supply chain, it affected the costs of development. At that time in September, when Council approved the capital plan, it was a term of Council capital plan contemplating the funding that was projected as part of our long-range financial plan framework. We also committed to come back to Council in terms of executing on any additional funding that would be received through the Housing Accelerator Fund. And so we proposed to do that in terms of the recent report. The other important input I wanted to just reflect on is that in last summer, as part of our integrated transition to housing strategy, Council approved a focus on advancing supportive housing in particular, understanding that one of the key objectives and ways of addressing chronic homelessness is through the provision of supportive housing with integrated supports on site. And notwithstanding it all, not trying to minimize at all the concerns of the ward councillor, we find it difficult to presuppose first any of the results of an allocations process, and we do not want to speculate on any other funding that we may not know of at this time. At the same time, we understand the concerns raised by the councillor and are prepared to, in making final decisions about allocations, I give consideration to the broader community impact of those initiatives.
So, yeah, more specifically, are you comfortable with the motion?
So we can live with this motion, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Kelly, you're good? Yeah, Councillor Carr.
Can I speak to the report overall as well, along with the motions?
Yes, we're dealing with the motions and the report itself, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. When I read the list of projects and the proposal for how the Housing Accelerator funds would be spent, I actually could not believe that we are going to put 90% of our funding into not-for-profit housing. I'm a big believer that the only way we will ever get to an adequate number of affordable homes is by investing in the not-for-profit sector. The list of projects that we are put forward include supportive housing beds. They include beds for youth, for Indigenous populations, for seniors. The staff report has targeted the most vulnerable residents in our community. And I think it's a commendable effort, and I can't believe that that was the decision made. I'm very, very pleased with it. I have 2 projects in the list, on that list, Elwood House and the city's acquisition of Kilbourne. I'm very excited to see both of those projects come to fruition. I also have over 300 people living in my community centers. My office is in one of those community centers where there's over 200 people living. I can tell you it's no place to live. So I will not be supporting the low motion because I don't want anything to disrupt getting the funding to the not-for-profits who are capable of carrying out these projects. We have people that need housing. I will not do anything to slow that down. I have faith in staff. I'm the ward councillor for 2 of those projects. You can ask any staff. I stay on top of what's going on in my ward like no one else, I'm sure. And I don't mean that. I mean, I think everyone does. I will support the Brockington motion, but I mostly just want to say to staff that I'm really impressed with the report that you prepared and the decision to spend the money on the not-for-profit sector for vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Plante.
I just have probably a logistical question. Say one project can't go ahead for whatever reason. What do we move projects around? What would happen in that case?
Yes, we would build in contingencies and identify other projects that could move forward.
Is there a list of those potentials of the potentials?
We would start with the projects on the list because they are already in the development stream and would be able to move more quickly. And the goal of the half is to move to building permits as quickly as possible.
Okay, merci.
Merci. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a question for staff. So the projects on the list, on average, how many years do you think that our partners, city staff have put into getting them to the place they are today? And I'm not asking for a precise number. I'm not going to grill you on it after. I'm curious. It's not yesterday they came and said, hey, I've got a project. Do you have an idea as to how long they've committed as well as city staff have committed to getting them to where they are?
City staff have been working with nonprofit developers, I would say with over the last 5 years, more or less, to entertain proposals for projects that could move forward. We've been doing this as part of our Action Ottawa program for decades. And so this is a continuous approach to identifying potential projects, working through with those proponents and putting them more recently on a pipeline because they were largely unfunded. So over the last 5 years in particular, we've been developing a pipeline strategy.
And I ask that because we are talking about a list that we're seeing before us today. And I do echo Councillor Carr's comments about the value that these projects bring. But I also want to caution us as councillors, if we start putting up obstacles to these projects, which have been in the works for 5 years, maybe more in some cases, that have involved communities, involved councillors, involved partners, and now we have money to move them forward, we're now throwing up even greater, once again, obstacles to them finding shovels in the ground. And we know that we can no longer house our most vulnerable populations in our physical distancing centers and rec centers on floors and shelters. We need to find supportive housing. We need to find permanent housing solutions. So while I very much appreciate the need that council and our colleagues are continuously kept in the loop about these projects, and I know staff have been doing it, they've committed to doing it, I'm very reluctant to put up any more, contingencies as to why we give our approval for these projects when they've been, years and years, decades in some cases in the making. So I will not be supporting Councillor Lowe's motion as a result of that. I'm still pondering Councillor Brockington's. I see the value and I completely understand in reflecting his community's concerns. But once again, these projects are scattered across the city. We'll see more projects of this nature across the entirety of our city in the years to come. And we need to work with our communities to be accepting of these projects. Otherwise, we will never find a solution to housing and homelessness issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And like my fellow Eastern colleague, I also express similar concerns. And it's no disrespect to Councillor Lowe, a very good friend, and obviously the seconder of the motion. I appreciate the word draft, but I still feel that staff are trying to, I don't want to say placate, but trying to find that middle ground for everybody. But in a situation like this, where I've been working on a project that's senior Indigenous with food cupboard expansion that's taken six years to get to this point. We can say as much as we want that releasing a list and we're all agreeing nothing will change. We know when media get their teeth into things, I'll just media, and create some controversy based on some data-driven results about getting these projects in place, we're just adding a roadblock. I prefer to allow our professional staff to do what they do best. They've been working very hard on this. So for that reason, I won't support the Lowe motion. I will support the Brockington amendment for his motion. And that's where I stand on this one, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to speak to two different motions here. I'll speak to the Lowe one first. I appreciate what my colleague's trying to get here. I agree with the premise that we need to, as council, to be aware of these decisions so that we can work with our residents on them. I understand the concerns of creating roadblocks to this report because we all know that Claire's group did a fantastic job on this report and every other undertaking I've seen this term of council from her group. But we need that info. So when I first read the Lowe motion, I was surprised that staff weren't already doing that, trying to get that information at some point through the process to councillors so that they would know what's coming and be able to support it or raise any concerns that the community may have expressed. I think it's a dangerous road to go down to start saying, okay, just run with this and don't bother telling us anything. I don't like that. So I'm in between on this in that I can see the viewpoints that everybody's raising here, but I appreciate what my colleague's trying to do, which is just shed a little light on what's going on for the benefit of our residents. So I'm going to support the motion with hopes that staff will find a way in the future to prevent these discussions at council and just make sure that we get that information up front. The second motion I want to speak to is the Brockington one, and I'd just like to find out from staff, because I had a similar initiative where the Shepherds took over a former retirement home and opened up one of their facilities. It started off with, we had several people saying that there was increased criminal activity, all kinds of stuff happening. But when I went to try to validate the claims and worked with police and bylaw, I found out that it wasn't the people from Shepherds, that it was other people in the community that were breaking into cars, panhandling, that kind of stuff. The Shepherds location I have actually has a curfew where people have to be inside, so they can't be out in the middle of the night breaking into cars or houses and stuff like that. So my question is, has anybody validated these claims that it's residents of the Shepherds that are causing this increased crime wave in Councillor Brockington's ward? Or is it just accusations?
Mr. Mayor, I can't speak specifically to what is happening in Councillor Brockington's ward, but I did want to clarify that as staff, we're not saying that we are going to eliminate the Shepherds of Good Hope from the list. What we're saying is in the evaluation process, at the final evaluation, we'll give due consideration to community impact for all the projects. I just want to make that clear.
Okay, because I think your experience should be similar to mine in that everything I've worked on with the Shepherds, they've been very good with responding to the needs of the community and putting in place new procedures if needed or enforcing existing procedures to deal with issues. So I was very surprised to read these accusations over the weekend because I'm wondering what's changed from their normal method of operation.
Mr. Mayor, as staff, we have been speaking constantly with the Shepherds of Good Hope, and we are of the we agree with you that they are doing everything in their power to support their residents to be successful in their housing situation, and that often it is a combination of perception and reality.
Okay, Councillor Brockington, did you want to speak to what? As an answer, as the mover of the motion?
Yeah, if Councillor Hubley would allow, just a little more context. So I completely acknowledge that in a neighborhood of 14,000, there are a number of issues that we are already trying as a community as a whole to address. However, Councillor, I can say that once this building opened last summer, there was a net increase of incidents. And when I've sat with the police, and I've written to the fire chief and the chief of paramedics to get actual data, number of calls at this facility, the numbers are striking. And when you look at the email volume that we've received since last summer from residents and community leaders and small businesses, there are real issues happening here, in addition to everything else that we're trying to address. For me, the issue is not the Shepherds of Good Hope. For me, the issue is a facility opened with insufficient supports for residents. Part of our discussions with them now is to identify these issues, and whether it's the city or the Shepherds or other community partners, provide those resources that we need. And the Shepherds have provided more staff to work with their residents on the issues that we're bringing up. The Shepherds is not responsible for all the issues in the community, but they are part of the community. So really, my focus as a local councillor is to identify those issues and make sure that we have resources in the community to address those issues. So that's the issue.
Okay, thank you. That helps. So you've actually verified or validated that a number of these calls are coming from that specific location with those the residents living there. Okay, so thank you, Claire, for your answers as well. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support the motion if the councillor has verified that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for staff with regard to the Councillor Lowe motion. I think it is appropriate for us, from a governance perspective, to have the opportunities to systematically look at issues as they come up. I acknowledge that he has somewhat reduced some of the, I would say, formality of this by incorporating the word draft into that motion. But I have heard the term roadblock with regard to the progression of affordable housing initiatives. And certainly, I wouldn't want to see us putting forward a mechanism that would potentially cause us to take steps backwards in terms of our affordable housing objectives. So I guess my question is, do you staff see the Lowe motion as something that would potentially be adding a roadblock that otherwise would not exist in our affordable housing programming?
Mr. Mayor, from a community and social services perspective, I would say no. Again, because we would absolutely report back to council on the results of an allocations process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Councillor Brockington, I understand why you have put this motion forward and where the concerns are coming from your community. But I just wanted to speak as a councillor who represents a ward with an extremely high rate of supportive housing, rooming houses, emergency shelter, and many other forms of housing and many services that are used by street-involved people. We have similar complaints when a service moves from one quarter in the neighborhood to another. So there's one service where there was a fire in the existing building, there were a drop-in service for homeless folks, or folks experiencing homelessness, it moved into another location, and suddenly there are a number of neighbor complaints. But I just want to say that correlation is not causation, because we are seeing an uptick in general unwellness, in addiction, in petty crime associated with a certain amount of desperation everywhere in my ward. So even with the service moving from one part of the neighborhood to the other, there are some neighbors who are quite convinced that this is a direct result of the service moving, when in fact the individuals they might be complaining about are not clients of that service whatsoever. So speaking as the councillor for one of the downtown wards, and Councillor Plant is here with me too, we do need to spread supportive housing out all over our entire city. And that is because, number one, we need to solve homelessness. Number two, people have a right to live in other communities other than downtown. They shouldn't have to come downtown for services. And three, we need to share the burden equally because these are all of our neighbors. And so, yes, there is a reality there can be an adjustment period with supportive housing when a new higher acuity population moves into a neighborhood, but supportive housing is the solution, it's not the problem. And those folks, if they're not living in those facilities where they have 24-hour support, they're living on the streets, primarily downtown. And so, Councillor Brockington, I understand why you put this motion forward, but I do have to vote against it simply because I think there's some potential falsehoods about supportive housing and misunderstandings in the community. There might have been an uptake and there might have been a correlation, but I think we can focus on supportive housing as a solution and increasing those supports without unintentionally stigmatizing the folks who live there, and also supportive housing is a real solution. Because if folks, there might be some disturbance in the neighborhood, but folks are housed. They might be using drugs, but they're primarily using drugs indoors. This is a vast improvement from what we're seeing from unhoused populations in the core. And I really am reticent to put any roadblock towards this kind of housing moving forward because we need it everywhere, we need more of it, and we need it tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for staff. I was intrigued about some aspects of the Brockington motion because it calls into question, or it raises curiosities about the geography of the city and where these types of services are placed. And certainly for College Ward, we do have some hotels and motels that are being used to support families right now, but we don't have services around them. We've just not traditionally had those types of needs in our community. And I know that there are some fabulous community partners who are meeting regularly now to try and provide some of those services to those families, which is fabulous. And I think, that we do have a lot of space. But there are many different ways that, the city's policies don't take into consideration geography because it is the highest acuity need. Or in this case, it might be, the proponent or the proponent that has the most shovel-ready project or has the healthiest pro forma that can move the quickest. And that really is kind of the way that we address the housing and homelessness crisis, most certainly as quickly as possible, which is our imperative and is a term of council priority. So for that reason, I don't believe I can support the Brockington motion, but I do wish to understand how might we, square the circle when we do have wards that are welcoming, more newcomers or different populations that require additional supportive housing. How do we get them out there when they aren't necessarily the most shovel ready? I believe there's a tension there that's worth exploring in the Brockington motion. And I'm sure it's something that you're considering. Could you help us to understand that so we can do our best in other wards other than the urban center?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do our best to include nonprofit housing within our affordable housing pipeline. And really, we depend on the nonprofit developer to approach to say either they have a requirement for land, or they have land and they have a requirement for pre-development funding, or they've moved forward on that and they would like some indication of capital funding so that they can avail themselves of other CMHC funding or other funding. And so there are many considerations, even well before we get to an evaluation of the pro forma and all the other construction-related elements. There's an evaluation of, is this project viable? Is it prepared to move forward? And we really depend on that relationship with the nonprofit developer. So it's very difficult to speculate in terms of geography for that reason. Hope that helped.
Councillor Leeper?
That's okay.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I just wanted to build a little bit on what Councillor Troster was speaking about with respect to the importance of having supportive housing as a way to ensure that our communities are safe and sustainable. When we don't have supportive housing, a lot of those highest acuity individuals are going into places like our Ottawa community housing buildings, where we know that can be a disruption because they don't have the supports that they need in order to be successful in those tenancies. You know, what we need is a lot more supportive housing, and as a city, we don't have the luxury of taking a look at a map, determining exactly where that should be in order to build a balance the council would like to see. It's important that we take advantage of the funding opportunities, the opportunities that are being presented to us by our not-for-profit partners to get that housing built now. And I tend to agree with Councillor Carr. I'm not going to throw roadblocks in the way of doing that. Is it optimal? Should there be a number of supportive housing developments that should be built in each and every ward, and we can take our time to, you know, acquire those lands to ensure that there are economically sustainable projects? That would be great, but we can't. The crisis is right now, and we have to take advantage of the funding opportunity that's in front of us in order to get that housing built, in order to build a more sustainable community for all of Ottawa. You know, some neighborhoods are going to see supportive housing go into their neighborhoods, and that is part of ensuring that every neighborhood in Ottawa is safe. So I'm sorry, Councillor Brockington, I can't support your motion today, and I want to thank staff for really focusing in our half response, as Councillor Carr said, on supporting the most vulnerable residents in Ottawa with a probably once-in-a-lifetime funding opportunity that we have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Kavanagh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Leeper stole some of my lines, but I will, as the chair of Ottawa Community Housing, I can tell you that Ottawa Community Housing is not supportive housing, and people think it is. It's not. It's housing for people with low incomes, and it's right across the board. However, we have people who have very high acuities in Ottawa Community Housing who really need supportive housing, but it's not there. We need more. And I'm really concerned about anything that would limit supportive housing. It's something that we hear about all the time, and we know the need is there. And in fact, we're looking at how can we use some of our own buildings to convert to more supportive housing, but we need partnerships because we're not designed for that. We're a corporation that provides housing, not supportive housing. So excuse me, I can't hear myself think. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really concerned about that message. I can understand that people don't want a lot in their neighborhood. They feel they've done their level. And I think that is worrisome when we look at that. We've heard that message before, but it should be in different places across the city. So I hope that we will look at it that way and continue to do everything we can to bring more supportive housing across the city because we need it very desperately. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and I'll try to be quick. I just wanted to I'm going to support both motions, and I want to explain why. I agree with the statements that Councillor Troster and Leeper have made. I don't think Councillor Brockington's motion is doing that, though. I think what this is directed at is making sure that there are supports in place when we're adding housing, and there is not a lot of support in place for some areas where we are adding housing, and that is a critical element that I think needs to be ameliorated as part of this work. So, I think some of the reaction that we're seeing about Shepherds of Good Hope is probably not placed well, and is probably not the reason why some of those issues are happening there. And I see Councillor Brockington's motion as a way to, I guess, ensure that staff are reviewing these spaces and working with community as much as possible. We've had similar developments come in of affordable housing in Capital Ward, and when those have happened, those community meetings, the supports that come with those, on-site staff or otherwise, if that's there's a huge assistance for people that are in need. And I think that type of dialogue in advance and explaining those issues is exactly what we should be doing. I think we're on the same page with that, and I don't think Councillor Brockington's motion's heading in the opposite direction. That I think it's facilitating that sort of thing, in my view. Maybe he'll want to wrap up and explain it a bit more. And on the low motion, I think I'm supportive. With the draft language in there, and I think staff are generally okay with coming back with it. I don't see it as holding anything up, and I don't think staff's recommendations are going to change as a result of it. And I've been in favor of more transparency when it comes to those sorts of things going forward. And I think, I don't know if there's ulterior motives. It doesn't appear to me that there are. And so I want to support more transparency around those decisions. And I'm hopeful, and I'm very happy as well in Councillor Carr's comments too. It's true, 90% of these funds going there is a huge victory for this city, and we should be proud of that, certainly. And so, I'm just overall, just want to say, really contend with staff's efforts in this regard, the federal government's investments in this regard, and the stepping up that's occurring here with this council on the issue of affordable housing. So just want to explain my positions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. So I'll just say before we vote that I will reluctantly not support Councillor Lowe's motion. I understand the intent behind it, but I don't want to do anything to slow down or disrupt the process of moving forward on this. And I think staff have indicated they already are sharing that information with us. So I don't feel that it's necessary, and I don't want to create any risk around that. So respectfully, I'll be voting against that, but I will support Councillor Brockington's motion. So if we could start with Councillor Lowe's motion and have a recorded vote on that, please. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Giroux.
No.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Plant.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Duresh.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley. Councillor Kavanagh.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Lulov.
On the weirdest vote ever, no.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
11 yeas, 13 nays.
Okay, thank you. And then on the Brockington motion, please.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Giroux,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Councillor Plante,
Oui.
Councillor Hubley, Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Duresh,
Oui.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
No.
Councillor Devine,
No.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley, Councillor Kavanagh,
No.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Luloff,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
17 yeas and 7 nays.
Thank you. And then on the motion, the recommendations as amended, is that carried?
Mayor, can I just, on this vote, I want to raise the following. On item 1, I oppose funding for 1083 Maryville Road. On item 2, I vote against, and I support items 3 and 4.
Okay, so you're, I think you have to, on item 1, do you not have to either dissent or I don't think you can. So you're dissenting on 1 and 2 and voting yes on 3 and 4?
Well,
I don't think you can break down item 1 into pieces. It's yes or no on item 1, I believe.
It's my understanding in the past, we have been able, to, when a particular recommendation covers off so many projects, I mean, I'm in favor of practically the entire matter, but I want the record to show that funding, I oppose funding for 1083 Maryville Road.
Can we do that? Or does it have to be the entirety of item 1?
Mr. Mayor, unless staff tell me that that list of projects is indivisible, members can dissent on a specific line item within a recommendation. But I would defer to staff.
Apologies, Mayor, what is the question?
Specifically, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that if council were to vote down one of the projects in the report, that staff could still proceed and that it would be divisible in that respect.
From an affordable housing perspective, if council is approving the recommendations in its totality with one dissent, we will still move forward.
Okay, but I don't think that's the question. I think the question is whether, as we know that there's only one dissent, but in theory, if we had broken the list up today and voted on each one separately, could you have still moved forward with the ones we approved as a council? Or is it an all or nothing vote on the list of projects?
Mayor, thank you for that clarity. We will move forward on the list regardless. So we will move forward on the list the council approved in September.
Right, but I guess I think what we're asking for clarification here is if council today broke the list into pieces and we said we don't want you to move forward on this one project or these two projects, but we want you to move forward on all the others, could you have done that, or would that have held back all of them?
Thank you, Mayor. It would be at the will of council to do that. We would follow council's direction on that. So yes, we could move it in that direction.
Okay, so then my understanding is he can dissent on that one project?
Sorry, I would like to dissent on 17.3 recommendation number 2.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I have this correctly, Councillor Brockington is dissenting on recommendation 1 and recommendation 2, Councillor Kelly on recommendation 2, and Councillor Brockington with respect to recommendation 1, specifically on the Maryville project listed in document 2.
Just for the record, I support recommendation 1.
Except for that project.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, we'll move to item 18.1, which is our new agreement with the provincial government. Avant de laisser la parole à Wendy et Cyril.
Before giving the floor to Wendy and Cyril, I do have some comments for the deal that we announced last week with Premier Doug Ford.
I believe this deal with Premier Ford is the first of its kind in Ottawa's history. We've seen a great deal of downloading of responsibilities and costs on municipal governments, including Ottawa, in recent years. In this case, the province is supporting us and uploading some costs and responsibilities. As everyone here knows, Ottawa is unique. We are the capital of Canada and the second largest city in Ontario, and within an hour from now, we might be the shawarma capital of Canada as well. So we are unique. And we are grappling with some unique issues unlike those of any other city in the country. Nous sommes confrontés à des problèmes uniques.
We are grappling with unique issues unlike those of any other cities in the country.
Ottawa is almost 4.5 times the size of Toronto. In addition to our urban area, we have a huge suburban and a significant, enormous rural component to our city. Notre ville est unique. Et
our city is unique, and our needs are also unique.
So for the past few months, the Premier and I and our teams at the province and here at the city have been discussing how we tackle these unique challenges. As you know, I talk a lot about making Ottawa safer, more reliable, and more affordable. This deal directly addresses those objectives. This is a $500 million lifeline for Ottawa. It's a historic $543 million investment in public safety, in rural roads, in rapid transit, in economic development, and revitalizing downtown Ottawa and the Byward Market. It also helps us deal with significant budget pressures for the next few years. And I'll mention just a few highlights. Nous recevons un soutien
We
pour
receive support for our plans to open a police operations center for the Byward Market and to deploy more officers in downtown Ottawa.
for our plans to open a neighborhood operations center for the police in the Byward Market and to deploy more officers in downtown Ottawa. And we're receiving support for the new alternative response to mental health calls. In 1997, Highway 174 was downloaded to Ottawa by the provincial government. Since then, it's cost Ottawa taxpayers millions and millions of dollars to maintain and improve that road. And the interesting thing is we still call it Highway 174, even though it's not technically a highway anymore, because it looks and feels like a provincial highway. Now the provincial government is uploading the road from us. This not only fixes a historic wrong, but it will also save us millions of dollars in the future. C'est une grande victoire pour les résidents de l'Est d'Ottawa.
It's a big win for Ottawa East End and all residents.
It's a big win for Ottawa's East End and for all residents. Our rural residents have asked us for better roads to help them move their heavy equipment and deliver their agricultural products to customers. This historic deal includes an important investment in rural roads to support our farmers and all rural residents. It also includes investment in a bus rapid transit project in Canada, which will both improve public transit and stimulate economic growth in our technology sector. There are other investments going forward as well in economic development, including to Invest Ottawa. We need help in supporting a growing number of people who are arriving in Ottawa seeking asylum. This agreement delivers important funds to do that. This is a win for the city. C'est une grande victoire pour la ville.
This is a win for the cities, and we should be very grateful for it.
We should all be very grateful for it, but I will point out it does not solve all of our financial challenges. All municipalities, including Ottawa, are still facing significant pressures. So this deal doesn't represent a whole bunch of surplus funds that we can now spend as we like. The $543 million goes towards specific priorities, and toward relieving some of the enormous financial pressures that we are facing for 2025 and beyond. I don't have to tell you about the looming challenges that we all have around transit and other rising costs that we are facing as a city. When the budget process begins in a few months, we will have a clearer picture of our challenges and how this funding will help us. Mais notre travail n'est pas
But our
encore
work is not yet done.
not yet done. We must work with the federal government to get the support we need from them in the areas covered by this agreement. And we need to continue speaking to both the province and the federal government to get more support for infrastructure, transit, and other priorities. Once again, I want to thank the Premier and Finance Minister Peter Bethlen-Falvey and their teams at Queen's Park for all their hard work in putting this deal together. But I especially want to thank the team here at the city for everything they have done. Under Wendy's leadership and Cyril's leadership, there was a great deal of work that went into putting this agreement together. It was exhaustive and thorough work, a lot of meetings, a lot of back and forth, but it led to a great result. This is an example of what happens when elected officials do what voters expect us to do: work together to solve problems and build better, safer, more affordable communities, and simply get things done. So I'll turn it over to Wendy and Cyril now to go through a presentation. Wendy?
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I'll just wait for the presentation to come up. I am pleased today to present the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement with my colleague Cyril beside me. And before I step into the presentation, I too would like to sincerely thank the Mayor and the Premier for their commitment to the deal that we have before us today. You know, a few months ago, the Premier and the Mayor began this important discussion talking about the unique challenges that Ottawa faces, unlike any other city in Canada. We've talked a little bit about that this morning in other discussions. We serve a very wide, interconnected geographic area with a growing population. And we all know that our downtown core has been dramatically impacted by several factors, including a reduced number of people that are traveling into it. We're seeing a significant increase in homelessness. We're seeing less usage of our transit system. We haven't rebounded. We're also seeing substance use disorder and mental illness in our downtown core. And the Premier and the Mayor made a commitment to create a working group comprised of senior staff at the province and the city to help us address some of these local challenges. And today is the outcome of that commitment. And I would also like to take a moment to thank city staff, including those who were part of the negotiation team and everyone who worked behind the scenes in the departments. It was an incredible effort. I thank you all for working tirelessly on this. It was at considerable speed, and staff worked very closely with various ministries at the province, our Deputy Minister of Finance, Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Solicitor General, Infrastructure, and the Ministry of Transportation. And I cannot express enough the spirit of cooperation and collaboration between these two teams. It was absolutely incredible and immense. And this deal is a big win for the city. You can move to slide 2, please. The mandate of the working group was to help accelerate the City of Ottawa's economic recovery and growth, given the unique challenges that we're facing as Ontario's second largest city. Its uniquely large and geographic area and its role as the nation's capital. And you hear us talk about that all the time. The working group, as I said, was comprised of senior public servants and key stakeholders to advance certain topics that were tied to 3 key themes: economic recovery and growth in the nation's capital, Ottawa's unique challenges as the nation's capital, as well as shared priorities and the federal government. And this group met on average 2 times per week, as well as an ad hoc basis, and I can really say that it was a 24/7 effort. The recommendations for an agreement were supported by the working group, and they were presented to the Mayor and the Premier on March 22nd, 2024. Next slide, please. The historic deal shows how committed the provincial government is to boost our economic success in Ottawa and in Eastern Ontario. The provincial government understands our unique challenges that we're facing and is providing us with just over $500 million of funding over the next 3 years to help us with these local challenges. And there's a number of different areas, including financial as well as non-financial commitments that are both part of the city and the province to help us advance our shared priorities that are so unique to Ottawa. The agreement includes up to $197 million over 3 years in provincial operating supports and up to $346 million over 10 years in provincial capital supports. And the agreement also speaks to core commitments required by the city to implement this new agreement that we have between Ontario and Ottawa. It also includes non-financial support from the province to the city to help advance our shared priorities. And lastly, a proposed request to the federal government with joint province and city support. And there are some pieces, and we'll walk you through these this morning, that are contingent on either the province or the federal government in terms of dollars or commitments that will flow to the city. And there's investments that are going to flow fairly immediately over the next 3 years as we move through this. You can move to the next slide, please. So the next 3 slides speak to the core commitments the province wanted us to work on, and in many cases, we are already working on. Talk about areas of housing, transportation, value for money, and federal advocacy. And in some cases, it's the timing, and secondly, the wording that allows us to work a little bit differently to achieve these common goals. The commitments are tied to economic recovery and growth, unique challenges for Ottawa, shared priorities with the federal government, as well as our shared housing priorities. And these include our commitment to build housing at a range of affordability on publicly held land, working with all levels of government through the development of 2 surplus municipal sites for modular home ownership by the end of 2025, building housing faster and in a range of affordability. We're also committed to opening up and providing municipal lands for housing development and working with the province to align the use of surplus lands within the city of Ottawa. And we're encouraging our federal department partners to join us in this. We're also committed to exploring opportunities through the Investment Management Corporation of Ontario to align with our objectives under the prudent investor implementation. And this is something that we had asked for previously, and they're now willing to explore this with us. Next slide, please. We are committed to our service review program to find efficiencies, to free up dollars, to reinvest in our term of council priorities. We're committed to continue this work throughout the current term. We're committed to explore shared procurement opportunities with the province, to continue and pursue and optimize efficiencies, as well as continuing to pursue non-fare revenues for transit. And lastly, a non-negotiable item for the province was an agreement from the city to assign the province its rights to receive and retain the consideration from the Ottawa Hospital Riverside Agreement. And this facilitates 256 long-term care beds that the hospital is developing now. Next slide, please. We're committed to submitting a plan to the province in 120 days to improve the safety of residents, tourists, and businesses in Ottawa's Byward Market and transit system in exchange for funding to implement the plan. And this will include more uniformed police officers. We're committed to working with the province to secure federal supports on our shared priorities. We're committed to working towards our housing targets to secure funding from the Building Faster Fund. I'm going to pass it over to Cyril to walk through the financial, operating, and capital summary support.
Thank you, Wendy. You can go to the next slide. So the next 2 slides, I'll kind of unpack the operating and the capital investments that's part of this deal. So the agreement does include up to $197 million of over 3 years in provincial operating supports. The Province will cover the cost of operating 174. So overall, the commitment of $9 million, which is $3 million per year. So again, this is a $3 million, up to $3 million per year in support of the continued maintenance and operations of the 174. And I'll speak to this in the next slide, but as we go through the due diligence process in terms of uploading the asset back to the province. The province is also committed to investing up to $20 million for economic recovery over the next 3 years, of which 1.5 will be provided to Invest Ottawa over the 3-year period to help attract investors, employers, and jobs to our city. An investment in public safety, $48 million over the next 3 years, of which $12 million dedicated towards the byward market. This includes funding for Ottawa Police and city services to revitalize the market area. Mental health and well-being, a $9 million investment over the next 3 years to support this initiative. This funding will support the evaluation and expansion of the 3 key components of this initiative: supporting call diversion, a non-911 number for the intake, triage, and dispatch system for mental health and substance calls, a community-based, civilian-led, multidisciplinary, and mobile response team, and establishment of a peer support and wraparound system to support clients on an ongoing basis, providing stability and follow-up supports. A $20 million investment in transit security and safety. This investment will support the integrated response to increasing the safety and the reliability of the transit system. An investment in our shelters and homelessness. $120 million over 3 years, $40 million annually to support permanent overflow emergency shelter sites to transition from temporary emergency motels, hotels, and recreation centers. Supports for community shelter providers for emergency and transitional housing programs, emergency overnight shelter respite expansion, unsheltered individuals through expanded day programs and overnight emergency shelter respite services and rent allowance. $80 million of this is contingent on federal funding in terms of eligible costs for asylum seekers and refugees. Data shows that Ottawa is unique and supports a greater proportionate share overall in the province. This funding will help cover this cost. Next slide, please. On the capital side, the agreement provides up to $346 million over 10 years in provincial capital supports. The province will provide funding for Highway 174 planned capital projects over the next 3 years. Approximately $47 million have been planned for capital investments over this time period, which the province is committed to funding, all while completing the due diligence and being completed over the next 3 years in terms of an eventual upload to the province. Ottawa's new deal includes $181 million for various transportation priorities to support the city in building economic growth, recovery, and renewal of major connecting routes that support the movement of people, goods, and services throughout the region. The province is investing in design and the first stage of construction of the Highway 416 Barnesdale interchange. The province is committing to sharing of the Canada North Bus Rapid Transitway. This is also contingent on federal investments. The province did want to emphasize the size and scope of the Building Faster Fund. While announcing its money had been already announced in previous announcements, it's still there to receive in the budget and invest in these priorities. I will now pass it back to Wendy.
You can move to the next slide, please, and thanks very much, Cyril. The province also committed to non-financial supports that's going to help the city advance our shared priorities, and the province has agreed to explore a number of items with us. Reinstatement of the modifications to the city's official plan regarding building height restrictions and extending our existing DC bylaw. Lowering our debt costs by looking at alternative opportunities for debt financing, debt funding flexibility, and leveraging the Ontario Infrastructure Bank. Clarify the requirements under the Highway Traffic Act for police at construction sites, which could potentially lower the cost of construction. The supports are going to advance our goal of building housing, lowering our debt costs and other expenditures, as well as advancing critical infrastructure projects here at the city. Next slide, please. The federal government is asked to participate in this historical and unique agreement between the City of Ottawa and the province. And we're seeking a similar amount of financial support from the federal government to help advance our shared priorities and investment in housing and infrastructure to address these unique challenges that Ottawa is facing. You can see here, the request represents closely what we have requested and achieved from the province of Ontario. Specifically, we're requesting the federal government commit to $493 million in funding. We need long-term commitments in funding from the federal government for refugee and asylum seekers who are coming to Ottawa and challenging the stability of our shelter system. We need long-term commitments to manage excess costs related to managing protests and demonstrations in the nation's capital. This is about asking the federal government to continue with their commitment to advance housing through investments and actions such as infrastructure, and that the city is using that funding or would be better served in terms of investments in the city if it were funded by other levels of government. And I think the announcement yesterday by the Prime Minister regarding the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund is a step in the right direction. This is about the federal government supporting the city in its unique challenge, the nation's capital, with the divestment of office buildings and with an office residential conversion fund to bring life and vitality and economic prosperity back to our downtown. This is about the federal government investing in our economic growth by committing its 1/3 investment in the Canada North Bus Rapid Transitway. And rest assured that we're going to continue to advocate through conversations at both the administration and the political levels to discuss this much needed support. Next slide, please. This last slide outlines our next steps. And Council's going to have discussions today with respect to moving forward with the new deal. And we're looking at all of the agreements and processes that we need to undertake and to finalize it. And it's important to point out that, you know, words on a page are by no means a comprehensive description of everything that needs to be done or happen. And we recognize that there is a significant amount of work ahead of us in terms of implementation of this deal. But these words on a page in this agreement helps us move faster. And I want to assure each and every one of you that we are committed to all of the necessary steps to move this critical work forward to implement the historic deal. Some of this includes transfer payment agreements, so money can flow to Ottawa immediately in 2024 and as quickly as possible. We also respect both parties' legislative and procedural requirements. The province has these, as do we, to follow through on the commitments. And some items will come forward to committee and council as necessary for consideration and debate, likewise for the provincial government. And some items will be reported back to committees where relevant on elements of the new deal. And as city manager, I am committing to report back to council at the end of the year on the overall status of how we've moved forward with this deal and what has transpired throughout the year. So in conclusion, I want to thank everyone who helped us get here today. To the team that I work with every day, to the senior leadership team, to the mayor and his office, who helped navigate on the political side, I say thank you. This has truly been a Team Ottawa effort. And you'll see in the cover letter, the process was very clear. The Provincial Deputy Minister of Finance and myself presented a series of recommendations to the Premier of Ontario and to the Mayor. And it was for them to discern if they could endorse and bring forward these recommendations. They endorsed the deal, and the details are before you today. And I am pleased to recommend this to Council. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, this is the end of our presentation.
Thank you both. Open it up to councillors now for questions. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to go in rapid fire because I know my colleagues will have lots of questions as well. So in the time I've got to me, I'll start with number one, identify and lead the development of 2 ready surplus municipal sites for modular attainable home ownership. What is that? I'm sorry, it is not clear.
So the province has asked us to identify 2 pieces of land that the city could own that we could offer up to build modular housing. So modular housing is very quick buildable housing.
Like at a low-rise scale?
Low rise, yes. And also meant to be attainable. And that is actually the definition that we're working on with the province at this point in terms of the implementation of this. But again, it's to advance those housing goals and to get more houses available to those in the community.
What sites are we thinking? I can't imagine we committed to this without having something in mind.
So we have work to do with respect to this, and that's the process that our colleagues in CREO are looking at in terms of identifying sites. So I don't have 2 that I can put in front of you today, but we have a timeline to identify those that was identified in the deal in terms of getting these ready for development.
I'm uncomfortable with that because I can't believe that we don't have something in mind. And I'm thinking about some of the surplus parcels that are out there. And I'd be concerned if our intent for them was to put something in modular housing at a low-rise scale, and we should be looking at mid-rise and high-rise. But I understand you're not going to tell us today. The take action to initiate and/or catalyze the use of deemed surplus lands for the purposes of building housing is a second bullet in there. Can we use these funds to catalyze the development of Bayview?
So there were no specific funds that were identified with respect to Bayview. The intent of that is really leveraging what we're doing with respect to Build Ottawa and the work we're doing there to find land for housing, but also a joint commitment from the province to also look at the property that they own in the city of Ottawa as well, in terms of, are there properties that are surplus there that we could develop and turn into housing? And again, that call to the federal government, and I think, the conversation around the table has been quite germane this morning with respect to what can they bring to the table? How can they be our partners in this?
Okay. On behalf of some residents who are asking me, the item number 2.3, strengthen the vacant home tax, makes mention of working with them on something like the provincial non-resident speculation tax. That's a tax that already exists, I believe.
Mr. Mayor, so it exists within the Toronto Act, but it currently doesn't exist beyond that to other municipalities.
Was it not extended to across Ontario in the 2022 budget?
No.
Okay, so the notion there is to extend the provincial regime to at least include Ottawa where it currently doesn't. Item 2.
If I might, that's not actually the intent. So the intent is not to roll out that non-resident speculation tax here. It's looking for a couple of things. So Ottawa, Hamilton, and Toronto have adopted the vacant unit tax. We have a working group. We've actually been seen as best in practice in terms of everything that we're doing here at the city. So how can we assist other municipalities who are also interested in this with respect to the vacant unit tax? So it's really sharing best practices and benchmarking if others want to do it. So that's part of it. And I think the other piece is, is there some work that we can do together in terms of our vacant unit tax and the provincial non-resident speculation tax to help each other out?
Okay, that's it. Thank you for the precision and nuance. Item 2.7 speaks to respect for taxpayers through efficiencies and value for money. Were there discussions about targets for new efficiencies?
No, the province was actually quite pleased with the work that we were doing with respect to the service review working group and what we've achieved to date. We had shared the savings that we have found and the investments that we had made. And as part of the discussion and negotiation, our suggestion was to add the verbiage with respect to that mandate around the service review working group because it aligned nicely with respect to this deal.
That's helpful, thank you. In item number 2.11, building housing, it speaks to the upload agreement where the city will commit to using the financial benefits realized from the asset transfer to support and enable recovery and growth, such as housing. I'm wondering, when will council make that decision? I'm very cognizant of the mayor's comment. We don't have a whole lot of free money coming out of this. There are very specific purposes, but that language such as housing was intriguing to me. Is it open to council to direct that the financial benefit from that upload go toward housing, for example, into our capital fund for building affordable housing?
So that's part of the due diligence that we have to do with respect to the upload of the 174. I think the nice benefit of the deal that we have in front of us today is the fact that the province is going to cover off our operating and capital costs. So as we move through, I would suggest the budget process and identify the investments that we're going to make, then we would be able to leverage that for other priorities here at the city.
And then how will you bring that to council?
It would be through the budget process.
Okay. I'm almost done. Apologies, colleagues. There is, with respect to the transfer, they are talking about providing us with capital funds for the planned project, slope stability resurfacing, or a couple of the examples. And sorry, this is the capital support item 3.5. Do we have reserve funds currently set aside for that, or is it entirely unfunded at this point?
So, Mr. Mayor, so that's part of our annual budget process. So that funding for the capital investments over the next 3 years, so we have that part of our capital portfolio. So 2024 budget is approved, but for 25 and 26 is part of our total package as it folds into our long-range financial plan. So that's, preliminary funded. So as Wendy said, as we come through with the next budget update, we'll capture, what that will allow us to do for other priorities.
Yeah, so that is the potential there to change funds. And I'm sure most of Ottawa will be happy to see the police at construction sites item. Can you provide some clarity with respect to that? Do we finally have to, can we finally stop hiring cops at our construction sites?
I think that's exactly the point in terms of what you're seeing in this deal. So we're seeking clarification from the province with respect to the use of police officers at construction sites. So that's going to be continued discussion that we have over the next while, in the sense that we would prefer not to use them. We would save some money as a result, and our construction would cost a little bit less. So I think everyone benefits at the end of the day.
So, but that doesn't sound like a commitment has been signed yet. It's still a discussion TBD?
The discussion is continuing, yes.
Okay. I'll look forward to hearing that that's finally been put to bed. I'll stop there, Mayor, and I know my colleagues have got lots of questions. I'm sure we're going to cover a lot of ground.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to you and your team, and also our city staff for working with the province on this. This is a massive opportunity for our city, and truly appreciate the work that was done behind the scenes, particularly the item that I wish to speak about now, and a special thanks to the Mayor's Chief of Staff for her work on this over the course of the last few years. With regards to the province reassuming responsibility for Highway 174, something that I know caught my attention and is certainly being celebrated in the East End. Understanding that this is a process, is there an opportunity in the future to reallocate the funding that we had budgeted previously for the 174 to use committed funds to advanced planned but unfunded projects like the pedestrian bridge that's been prepared with caissons at Trim Road, a proper intersection at the realignment where pedestrians now have to cross at grade, and it's a bit unwieldy to make your way around, and also has a set of lights on a major highway, and perhaps an upgraded intersection at the interprovincial crossing at Cameron Road. Is there an opportunity to reallocate some of the funds that we were planning on that to do this sort of infrastructure upgrade in the future through the budget process, perhaps?
Mr. Mayor, yes. I mean, that's the due diligence that we got to go through now. A lot of work has been done, a lot more to be done. And, because of the conditionality and the terms, like as we go through that process, then we can provide that update through the budget process. Great. That's where we'll see where there's, if there's funding that we can reprioritize in terms of the priorities that we have.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. There's been some speculation that this is not a done deal, and understanding that this is a process, I understand that, and the province may decide at a future date not to take responsibility for the 174. What is staff's understanding of this agreement as it is now, and the likelihood of the province deciding not to move forward on this?
I can speak to a comment from the Premier at the media avail after the announcement last week on Thursday. One of the outlets asked him that question, sort of similar to yours, and he was very 100% committed in terms of taking over the 174. So it was not an if or, maybe this will happen. He was very clear that they will be uploading the 174. I think, when you look at the words on the page here, there's a due diligence process that needs to be completed. It's significant. There's a lot of work that we have to do. And I think the key is we have an LRT that's running through the middle of it, which is currently under construction. So there's a lot of due diligence that we have to do with respect to that as well, in terms of the interconnecting.
Truly appreciate that clarity, and I'm sure that my residents in the East End will appreciate that clarity. How long do we anticipate, and I'm not going to hold you to it, but how long do we anticipate this process to take? I mean, you can give me a ballpark.
Mr. Mayor, it's already started. So some different ones will be easier and other ones will be harder.
For sure.
Obviously, when we talk about the conditions around working with our federal partners, those will be a little longer. When I look at something like the operating costs for the 174, later this week, or actually this afternoon, I'm meeting with my colleague Alain. We're going to start talking about, okay, how do we start capturing that cost? Because this is not simply going to be, here's a check, go do your thing. It's a process where we're going to have to report, track, and almost do business cases, if you will. So again, some are simply easier to do because some will flow sooner. Others will be, further reports, analysis, how does it tie back to our priorities, current plans, and then kind of feedback from there.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, as much as the deal was penned and announced last Thursday, I'm going to say as early as Thursday, so the ink was not dry. The province requested all of our expenses with respect to shelters and homelessness to start getting ready for that $40 million triage that's going to come to us. So everything is being actively worked on. It's just a question of how much due diligence and how much work is tied to each one of these things. Some will be shorter and some will be longer.
Thank you very much. I suppose my final question, if we don't end up having any follow-ups, will we still be able to, or are we precluded from implementing enhanced safety measures along this corridor in the meantime as we maintain ownership of it until the transfer? Recently, we held a road safety meeting in Cumberland Village. I want to thank staff for coming out to that and supporting it, and my council colleagues, the former councillor for Cumberland Village, Catherine Kitts, and Transportation Chair Tim Tierney to come out and hear from residents about some of the issues that they're facing, between Trim Road and Cameron. Is there still an opportunity for us to continue to advance safety measures along that stretch throughout this process?
Mr. Mayor, yes, the simple answer is yes. I mean, obviously, we're going to continue doing the work that we have in play, in flight, in our plans. And as we go through that process, if anything else, that increases the value of the assets. So that'll be part of the due diligence process.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for your answers today. And again, thank you to staff for your hard work on this historic agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and I echo gratitude of my colleagues here, for city staff, for the Mayor's office, for you, Mayor Sutcliffe, for negotiating this deal. I think my colleagues have asked and will ask some good questions about the housing and shelters piece, so I'll leave that aside. I was very pleased to see the alternative crisis response specifically written into the agreement. My question is, will this be enough to fully fund the 3-year pilot, which will cost $3 million a year for 3 years? Like, are we now fully funded for the pilot?
Mr. Mayor, yes, the answer is yes. So the pilot, if you recall, came up yesterday at FinCorp, the one-time investment of 2.4 in 2023 to move through that. This additional funding now allows us to move quicker, provides us a stable source for the next 3 years in terms of evaluating the pilot, expanding the pilot, and having the right supports in place.
Well, that is excellent news. Bravo. The second question, you did mention expanding the pilot. I know the City of Toronto, after only 1 year, because the data was so good, they decided to scale it citywide. Do we have the potential with this new funding to scale up the program earlier than 3 years from now, should the data after 1 year be good enough to justify it?
Mr. Mayor, again, because this is a 3-year operating support perspective, these are probably fine details that we will have to work with our colleagues at the province with. What I can tell you is they had a strong appetite for data, and the team did a great job in terms of providing data. So these are discussions that will be continuous over the next 3 years for sure.
Okay, because my strong feeling is if the data is as good as Toronto in terms of thousands of calls diverted and really effective approach, I think we're going to start to see demand, particularly from the other urban wards initially, or wards that have a high percentage of Ottawa community housing. So thank you for that. My next question is about the plan for public safety in the downtown that will be negotiated within 120 days. Who will be engaged in putting that plan together?
A large portion of that plan will be our colleagues at Ottawa Police Services. So you look at the funding triage in that bucket, I think it's 12 million over 3 years. We are going to work with them collaboratively in putting that plan together. So it's going to be a joint effort between city colleagues and police with respect to what that response is going to look like. There's a lot of work that we need to do to be able to pull it together. You look at the wording in the agreement, it talks about the downtown core and kind of putting a bit of a definition around that. So our area of focus that we want to have. And then it's bringing our colleagues to the table to talk about what is it, what kind of investments that we can make. They're going to be responsive to the needs in that community, make a difference, and have outcomes that happen sooner than later.
Okay, so that's great. Of course, the police need to be involved, although I would strongly encourage, first of all, I'm assuming the ward councillors for the related wards would be involved. I know the Centertown Community Association has a very active community security committee. I know the community associations in Sandy Hill and Vanier do as well, and in the market. So I really want to make sure that this is not simply city staff working with police, that we want to have community involved. My question too is, within that funding tranche for this public safety plan downtown, is there funding available for upstream solutions to solve crime at the source, for more community-based models? I know there's some good pilots going on in other parts of Ottawa and also in other cities that involve block leader programs, potential micro-employment for street-involved folks that serve as diversion from crime. I'm just wondering if the intention is for this plan to be hatched within 120 days to be entirely policing-based, or if there is also funding available for community-based solutions.
Mr. Mayor, so again, the $48 million is over the 3 years. A component of that is for policing, a component of that is for mental health, a component of that is for policing Ottawa City Services, and there's also a component for safety and security on the transit system, cybersecurity, and safety for ridership. So it's kind of an envelope of money for the overall safety of those components. So it's not exclusive to police services.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's room for community-based solutions that are not only policing-based, simply because, certainly there's a large part of my community that wants to see more police officers walking the beat in downtown Ottawa. That is a legitimate demand that I've heard. But I spoke earlier about the change in the character of downtown in terms of our sense of security. And on one hand, the alternative crisis response will be an excellent solution to mental health crisis. Policing, potential solution to crime and public safety concerns. But that middle piece around erratic behavior, around, loitering, around public drug use, those are things that are best addressed with a public health and a community outreach approach. And I'm wondering if there is room within this new public safety funding for some piloting of some community-based approaches in addition to policing. So this is, I know the alternative crisis response is funded, and I'm grateful for that. I'm asking for that gray area because it's something we're really missing in Centertown.
And I think that's part of the work that we need to do in the next 120 in terms of putting that plan together as to what it's going to look like and where we can get the best outcomes from whoever it is that's involved in those responses. So we definitely hear you, Councillor. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I would just really recommend, I mean, we have groups like Operation Come Home. We have, you know, Ottawa Community Housing Security will definitely have a lot to say about security in the neighborhood. You know, many agencies that I think would love to be in on this conversation of what a holistic approach to security would look like downtown. So I just want to make sure we don't lose that piece. Anyway, thank you so much. And I'm relieved and thrilled to hear that we now have stable funding for the crisis response pilot. That's really good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kavanagh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff for working together on getting us some funds. Very important, and there's lots to do. So obviously, we all have a lot of questions. I'm curious about the modular housing. Does that imply single-family housing or townhousing, i.e. not high-rise or mid-rise? I'm not sure.
The province did not provide a very specific definition with respect to modular housing, so I think it can be open. It can be singles, it can be towns, it can be high rises. The part of the discussion and part of the contribution is really around getting more housing in our community. And so looking at this, and there's other communities who have used modular housing to be able to advance the building of that. So that's really the point of what it is that we're seeing in the deal.
Okay, it's something to explore going forward. For the shelters and transitional housing, I might understand that that's a category of its own, that stays a category of its own. It's not related to affordable housing. There's no diversion of affordable housing.
That's correct.
Okay, affordable housing, the only time it's mentioned is related to services and helping out with infrastructure. But what is the commitment to affordable housing?
So the commitment to affordable housing really would look at if we have resources that are freed up through the investments that the province is giving us, then we can point those to our term of council priorities. I think what's important in terms of the deal is looking at the three themes that I spoke of earlier in terms of what got the city and the province to the table. And these items needed to be unique in nature, and also understand the unique character and the circumstances that we're facing here in Ottawa as the nation's capital. So when you look at some of the topics that could be discussed, some things are more broad across the province. So the focus was very focused on our unique and specific challenges here in Ottawa.
Okay, thank you. The vacant home tax, we have done well on it, and I thank the team on that because it's not been easy to sell, as it were. But what about the tax rate? We looked at that yesterday at Finance Committee, and we saw the tax rate for vacant houses was actually lower than for multi-residential homes. Is that something we can look at in the future if we're serious about going after vacant properties?
I think what's important again is talking about what brought us to the table in terms of the uniqueness of our city. So when you look at things like tax ratios and tax rates, they're very broad across the province. So the conversation and negotiation focused very much on things that were unique here to the city of Ottawa. Staff are taking direction with respect to the report that was approved at council today with respect to the tax ratios, and they'll be doing some further work on that. That's independent of the deal that you have in front of you today.
The other thing I didn't specifically see was is related to supportive housing, and we've talked about how important that is and how much we need it. And Ottawa Community Housing recognizes that, and we're not set up for that. It requires operational funding. How can that be achieved with this funding?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, so again, the focus of, the contents of the deal is what's in there. Some of the work that we'll do, and as we bring back through the budget process, is looking at, how can we, maximize the value to our own budget through this investment through our partners. And that's where the budget process will come. That's where I'll report that through there. Will there be an ability to, move or advance other initiatives now that this funding is in place to support things that, are very much important to this deal?
Thank you. In terms of the security, Ottawa Community Housing has its own security, which has been very effective because it deals with things before they escalate. Is there any possibility Ottawa Community Housing can be helped out on that? Obviously, the workload has been increasing.
Mr. Mayor, so again, it's not a component of this deal. The deal was very much focused on the uniqueness of our city, as articulated through our partnership with our colleagues at the province, and those investments were, focused on what we've outlined here today.
I think that's something we need to look at, especially if we're trying to do more preventative rather than having it on the, before it gets out of hand and we have to call police. And they do work very closely together, Ottawa Community Housing Security with police. And I think that would help a lot. And of course, security is beyond Ottawa Community Housing, but it would be a great help along the way. As well, supportive housing. I hope that we're going to use some of those funds for supportive housing. Obviously, that we're talking about it a lot today, and it's clearly a point that needs to be further raised. Thanks. I'm going to ask other questions offline because there's plenty of things going on in terms of the parcels of land. I'm particularly concerned about parcels of land that provincial or city or federal that are near transit, and we need to have those targets for intensification as well. So I'm hoping that is considered when choosing these sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot of good things in here. I was glad to see the $80 million commitment for Canada BRT, but touching on something that the mayor raised in his opening remarks, one thing that's not here is operating money for transit, and that leaves me really concerned. And I was hoping staff could give us some more context. Was transit operating money on the table? Is the province still open to discussion and negotiation on this?
I'll go back to my earlier comments in terms of the conversations really focused on what was unique to Ottawa. Transit operating dollars were not part of the discussion. That was not something that the province was willing to talk about as part of this deal. However, I think it's important that the conversations continue with respect to that. They need to continue with the province, and they also need to continue with the federal government. Because we're still seeing those impacts in our city.
And it's a bit mystifying that they're not more open to that. I look at some of the operating money they've committed to the GTA in the last few months. In the Ontario-Toronto deal, $330 million over 3 years to operate their new LRT lines, another $300 million for one-time operational assistance with their subway system, and then across the GTA, they have a fare harmonization exercise so that it's one fare for GO Transit and TTC and all the others, which is $117 million in fare subsidies, operating subsidy per year. So it's over $1 billion in operating funding from the province to Toronto area. And if we even see a fraction of that's going to help us to meet the shortfall that we continue to have with our transit operating budget. So I hope staff will continue prioritizing that with both the provincial and the federal government. I think they both have a role to play in funding that. One other area was around the downtown revitalization, the $20 million. Is there any sense of what that might be used for, or how that could help with our downtown economy?
There is 1.5 million of that bucket that's identified for Invest Ottawa. The remainder is for the city to make investments in our downtown core. We have talked about leveraging the strategy that we have for downtown to be able to make priority investments there. These are pieces that we're going to come back with a plan in front of council in terms of what those investments will look like and when they're going to happen.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mayor. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor, to you and to your team, and to Cyril and Wendy for the many positive accomplishments in this historic opportunity. Of course, within many historic opportunities, there are, as we've already heard, the potential for missed opportunities. So I have two items I want to address, one being what I see as a missed opportunity, and one, I just want to get clarity on one item. For the item I want to get clarity on, it has to do with the significant investment in public security, specifically transit security. So I'm a little bit unclear. The report, item number 2, makes reference to the city's commitment to increased security in the Byward Market and on the transit system. I'm fully clear on the increased security in the Byward Market. I don't take any issue with that. But I just want clarity. When we're talking about increased, as I understand it, increased policing on or within the transit system, are we talking about uniformed officers at LRT stations, or are we talking about increased officers on buses and or trains? Can you give me clarity on what these commitments are?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, so from a transit perspective, it's not for policing on transit. It's really about, improving the safety and security. There's a dimension of cybersecurity, which is a significant investment that we're looking to do. And also, as my colleague, Ms. Amicard, has brought forward before, we use special constables on our transit system. So it's not to put uniformed police officers in the system. That's not the intent of that investment for the transit safety and security component.
All right, so forgive me, I was just saying bless you to Councillor Kavanaugh there. When you say special constables on our transit system, because I know item 2 refers to working with OPS and the Police Services Board for these two measures, increased security Byward Market and transit system. So this would not lead to commitments of having officers on buses and or trains? Forgive me for just repeating the question, I suppose.
If I might speak to recommendation 2, and I might lean on my colleague here, David. But certain elements of the deal obviously put money into Ottawa Police, and so their governance process is a little bit different. The items don't come here for discussion, so they would have to flow through their governance process going to their board in terms of gaining the board's approval.
All right, special constables on transit. The other item I want to address, when I was making reference to a potential missed opportunity, so I never am disappointed or unhappy when my colleagues get cool new things in their ward. Obviously, I want to fight for my ward, particularly if I think there's an opportunity that may have been prioritized differently than I understand it to be. And so I want to speak to the Canada North Bus Rapid Transit Way. I am certainly excited by any kind of significant investment in our transitway, but I know that myself and some of my colleagues, Councillor Brockington, Councillor Johnson, we've been party to briefings from staff where we were told in no uncertain terms that baseline bus rapid transit was at the highest rank in the pecking order of the BRTs that the city wants to and must invest in. I had briefing with Frank McKinney where he laid out the clearly laid out plans for baseline BRT, in where the city is already committing to phase 1 of that, which is going to be the modification of a new intersection at Greenbank and Baseline in anticipation of the wheels running on baseline BRT. And so I was curious to see, because I've been privy to presentations where number 1 was always baseline BRT. So I'm curious to hear what were the consultations, what was the rationale for whereby Canada North BRT is the recipient of significant and rare funding, which is going to trigger other funding So this is a historic opportunity here. So what led to Canada North BRT getting priority over what I understand to be a higher ranked BRT? I wasn't invited to any consultations. Yeah.
I think the key to that is really, again, aligning the deal to the themes, right? And look, the themes. So if you look at...
themes?
Themes.
Themes.
Themes, yes. So if you look at page 3 of the deal, you see the 3 key themes there: economic recovery and growth in the nation's capital, our unique challenges and our shared priorities. And so when the province, we put I'm going to say a bit of a menu in front of them in terms of some of the investments, and they were very tied to the possibility in terms of the economic development and the impact that the Canada BRT would have on that area. And so their choice was to make the investment into the Canada BRT that was most important for them.
For the province?
Yes.
Because if that theme had been economic growth, I mean, it just so happens that this year we're about to commission the secondary plans for Baseline Secondary Plan and Merivale Secondary Plan, where if all goes well, there will be generations worth of economic growth along those corridors. So again, I'm not sure how, at the province's incentive or not, I'm not sure how that would have necessarily pushed that above what I understand to be a higher ranked order. And so I guess ultimately my question is there any opportunity to review? I mean, we were speaking earlier about somebody making reference to the fact that the mayor, and I love this idiom, likes to make reference to, when choosing either or, substitute the word either or with the word and. I'm a big fan of that. Is there any opportunity to review this allocation, considering the fact that staff already has directed that Baseline BRT not only is the highest ranked BRT that the city is aiming to do, but it meets within that theme, City Manager, of supporting economic growth? Do we have an opportunity to revisit this?
I'm going to add a little bit more color to the last answer that I gave to you, and I think it's focusing, when you look at the investment in that area, it's focused on what's actually happening there now, right? You look at the economic activity in Canada North, it's significant with respect to the tech park. But the other key element to the language in this is that we have asked the federal government to be our partner in this. So it's a third, a third, and a third. And you will see that the language specifically states that should the federal government not come to be a partner in this, then we can agree on another project in terms of it having mutual agreement between the province and the city. So depending on what happens with respect to the federal government, should they not come forward, then there'll be opportunity for another investment.
I know, but it's not like I want to go to the federal government and say, hey, if you kibosh this, I can put something else in front of you. That still, my question still remains, though, if we are pursuing a theme, and if the province is aligned behind a theme of economic development and economic growth, and if Baseline BRT is already prioritized by staff, and if it's aligned with other opportunities for economic growth, do we at least even have the opportunity to go back to the province and say, might we reconsider sharing this 80 million?
So, Councillor, maybe I'll answer that one. I think the deal is the deal, and we can approve the deal or not approve the deal. I don't think there's an opportunity to go back and say we want to change the deal. If your question is, can we go back and ask them to substitute something for something else? I think the answer is no. But if your question is there still room to have conversations with the province about funding other priorities? The answer is yes. And we're going to continue to have conversations with the province about funding other priorities that are not included in this deal.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Curry.
Well, so first of all, I would like to say thanks, as everyone else has. This was just an amazing deal, and Canada North was very excited for many reasons, and one of them was the visit by Premier Ford to San Mina. And that was very well planned and orchestrated and very fun. And for San Mina to be able to show off their technology, it was a great opportunity. The Premier's been in the tech park many, many times, very familiar with it. At the Mayor's breakfast, he made many comments about the Special Economic District, which was great. But always great to have him really in a company and actually seeing what's going on. So I thought that was really good, and they're very, very happy about that. The other thing I wanted to say was to start off by saying, maybe I would start talking about the Canada Rapid Transit right away, but honestly, people in Canada were very happy about the Barnsdale exchange. That I will use the same line I used earlier, but you can't get there from here. Try getting your kids quickly to the Minto Arena from Canada or West Carleton. It's not easy. So that Barnsdale interchange is very welcome by a lot of people. All those kids can get to hockey a lot faster when that's built. So really, thanks a lot for noting that was a top priority, not for Canada, but it will definitely help Canada. Just like everything, economic development helps everyone. And on that note, I will move to the bus rapid transit deal. It will be a benefit to people who live all over the city and work in the tech park to get a bus rapid transit up March Road. So, you always have to remember that. Yeah, it might be that it's physically in Canada, but it serves everyone. And we get a lot of complaints from people all over the city, including a lot of students that will say it's so difficult to get to the tech park for internships when there's not a quick route. So bus rapid transit up March Road will take everybody right to the tech park and benefit many, many people. But I will note that it does say in the document, 80 million, if it's not, if the federal government doesn't chip in, it can go to other priorities. And at that time, we'll have that conversation, whatever that looks like. A couple questions I just have. The Neighborhood Operations Center, it says, that you'll be working with the Police Services Board, obviously, in the police and city. How quickly will those conversations take place, do you think?
They're starting next week in terms of putting that plan together. So we want to bring this deal to council today. We're pulling the group together next week in terms of looking at the broader plan across the city, including the police. And hoping to have something, I'm going to say, put together fairly quickly so we can actually advance this. I might be overcommitting myself, but I want to say we don't want to take the 120 days because we want to make a difference, and we want to make a difference now.
Super. I'm just thinking about our finance committee agenda at Police Services Board and then Police Services Board, because there would be something that we would have to probably vote on and ratify, you're imagining?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, and then the other thing is that I just want to ask, in the part one of this motion, it just says approve in principle the terms of the agreement. And I think that was purposefully put in there because things can change. And I will say that the Canada North Transitway route that we see in the official plan is slightly different from what I understand it to be. So in the official plan, the Transitway, I think it starts right at the Queensway or Eagleson Park and Ride. And then heads down to Terry Fox. But I think in one of the documents I received, it was more like Corkstown to Shirley's Brook, which is probably the same distance, but just slightly different. So when it says in principle, then obviously that means we can actually look at the details of that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I really, really appreciate all of this. It's all rather exciting, and I look forward to everything that will come about afterwards.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup et merci à tout le monde pour tout le travail qui a été fait sur ce dossier.
Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you for all the good work.
For the general manager. First of all, you said there was a working group that looked at this. Do you have a list of the participants who are on that working group?
Yeah, I've pulled together some staff at the city in terms of looking at what's happening in the Byward market. Incredibly important to me in terms of trying to make a difference there and seeing what we can do with respect to improving city services and making a difference in people's lives. So I'm going to say many of the people that you see sitting around the senior leadership table today are members of that group, and we're continuing that conversation. What I'm really pleased about is that the province is going to help us with some funding to be able to advance some of those initiatives.
So is there a list of members somewhere?
To share that with you after.
Wonderful, thank you. Also, and just so I'm clear, and I'm just following up on Councillor Troster's comment, the councillors for Ward 14 and Ward 12 will be in consultation with you working on some of the asks out of this, correct?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Also, you mentioned, so and I just, let me know if my math is correct here, 129 million over 3 years, so $40 million each year for shelters, because you said they're challenging the refugee situation is challenging the stability of our shelter system. What does that mean? Like, which shelters are these? What does that mean exactly?
I might ask my colleague Clara to jump in here, but you look at what's happening here in the city of Ottawa and the number of newcomers that are coming, and moving. They're in the spots in terms of our shelters. I think it's about 70%, right, that we have. So we've got the province who's offering $120 million to help us of investment over 3 years, but they're also putting some conditionality on that in terms of the federal government coming in and stepping in and funding the pieces around refugees and asylum seekers. So you look at the conditionality, and that's approximately $80 million. So we're asking the feds again to join us so we can adequately fund and address those situations. And I'll ask Claire if she has anything to add.
Thank you, Wendy. No, I don't have anything to add to that. I think it's clear, and that's it.
So, but out of that shelter funding, is any of that funding towards eventually housing people? Like, is there any rent subsidies? Is there anything in there to transition out of the shelter system? Or is it just status quo?
Our understanding, and again, as Cyril mentioned earlier, discussions need to occur now with the province on the details. Our understanding is that, yes, we can use this funding for services for people in shelter to move out of shelter into permanent housing. We can increase respite services and other services to people who are unsheltered, and support the shelters to address some of the capacity issues that they've been experiencing to date outside of immigrants and newcomers.
So that would be then essentially the normal players, the Salvation Army, Shepherd's Good Hope, Mission, et cetera, Cornerstone, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay. And there's also a mention here about the role of Invest Ottawa. What are the details on that?
So at a very high level, the province is making a commitment to fund Invest Ottawa, so basically $1.5 million over 3 years, so an additional $500,000 each year to Invest Ottawa. And it's really an investment in terms of trying to attract talent to our city, attract employers to our city, looking at, again, our economic recovery over in the nation's capital.
And what will they be doing exactly?
So the funding will go to Invest Ottawa. And again, at a high level, it's to attract employers and to attract talent to our city.
Oh, so like trade missions kind of stuff?
I don't have those details, Councillor.
Okay, no, and I just also wanted to reiterate Councillor Kavanagh's support for OCH security. They really do a lot of de-escalation and a lot of great work in our OCH building. So if there's any way we could support that, it would be very, very helpful for our OCH partner. Thank you.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to add my congratulations to you, and I'm losing my voice a little bit, but and to your staff and city manager's office. And when I shared this new deal for Ottawa last week with my community, I said, just in the last few months, we've been able to announce millions in investment in housing from the federal government, millions in investment in infrastructure from the provincial government, and you helped me negotiate an end to the stalemate with the NCC for the Brian Coburn extension. So really moving the needle for the city in many ways, and I think that needs to be highlighted and celebrated. There's a lot to be excited about in this announcement. I'm very happy for my West End colleagues that their transitway is moving forward, and for my South End colleagues that their interchange is being funded. And Councillor Devine stole my thunder because we do have many unfunded BRTs across the city. I don't think it would be a committee or council meeting if I didn't mention the Cumberland BRT, which was identified as a priority when I was 9 years old. But he did say with gusto.
And sorry, how many years ago was that? Just joking.
That's last week. But he did say with gusto that Baseline is the highest ranked BRT. So is it the highest ranked BRT?
Mr. Mayor, it is one of the important, could be city-changing BRT because of the length of it. It goes all the way from Bay Shore through to Billings Bridge, so connecting up with multiple LRT corridors. So it's a unique facility that has many advantages.
But is it the highest rank? My understanding was that the ranking of projects would be an exercise undertaken.
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no ranking.
No.
It's just important. Okay, so. Okay, so there's some are saying that you have said it's the number one. Is it the number one?
I don't think I ever said that.
Okay. Well, I will stand out. I hear you on economic development in Canada. Obviously, the province played a big role in what projects were selected here. And I hear, though, that economic development is booming in Canada, even without the BRT. I think if you ask Councillor Curry about Tech Tuesday, she'll tell you that. So there's this constant chicken and the egg situation happening in Orleans, South Navan, but I'll stand down on that. For now. The uploading of the 174 is a great update for the city and for the East End. And I think you said it well, Mr. Mayor, by saying that this is righting a historic wrong. It's long overdue. It's certainly being celebrated in the East, but I'll build on my colleague's point. It would be great to see in some way with the savings that we will recoup for the maintenance to be invested in building additional capacity in the East End because there's no additional capacity. It's a cost savings, which is great. But this announcement adds capacity to Canada, it adds capacity to Barrhaven. Those are great things. But on the eve of updating the TMP, I will once again implore staff and colleagues to really consider prioritizing investment in infrastructure that supports housing. The planning rationale for 24,000 new units in Orleans South Navan points to the Cumberland BRT as justification. And when we talk about aligning priorities, this is a priority for the province as well. We have a lot of growth, like an insane amount coming to a community that has very few mobility options, very little active transportation, very little transit, no HOV as of yet. So I think as a council, if we want to put our money where our mouth is in terms of building complete communities in real time, we have to start taking the situation in Orleans South seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I echo all my colleagues thanking you for digesting this so quickly. I know the Mayor's office was instrumental in working behind the scenes, and I don't know how you kept it under covers as you're working, getting to the point where that breakfast clearly was a good celebration. Finally, the province recognizes us, and that's through the hard work of our staff as well as our mayor. I did want to point out a lot of the questions that my eastern colleagues and I are getting peppered with already because, as you know, you can't turn over a highway overnight, but I am very happy to hear about the commitment level by the Premier on this one to ensure it actually does happen. This isn't fodder. It does take a couple of steps. Now, we look forward to that big photo op with the new 400 Kings Highway sign that will take place in the future. We'll be very excited what number that is. People are bantering already. And of course, there's other opportunities aside from, the maintenance component, even though we contracted to plow it, that's a cost to us. We look at a couple other items, and I don't know if you have feedback or if it will be presented in the future. Sound attenuation walls along that corridor, which we've always had a struggle with, and obviously policing. If it's a 400 series highway, we'd have to assume the OPP would be taking on that role, which is a huge cost to us as well. I don't know if you have comment at this point, if it's too soon, but are those the kind of expectations we'll see as time goes on to be able to identify how much actually goes into that highway that we've been assuming since the Harris era?
Mr. Mayor, yes, Councillor, I think you just spoke to the broad scope of a due diligence process in terms of getting down to the nuts and bolts of everything that's involved in an upload process. So that's all the work that will be part of that due diligence. And it kind of speaks to this one conditionality is, over the next 3 years, because this is not something that can be done in 120 days. So this one's probably one of the more complex ones when you dissect it down, but that's the work that we need to do. Yep.
Great, and I thank you for all that work and really look forward to the next few years. Let's get that photo op in sooner than later, though. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Desroches.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire, et félicitations à vous et votre équipe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations to you and your team, to all staff that work for obtaining that deal with the province.
Involved in this particular project, and it's great to see that the province is listening. And we've been saying for years that Ottawa's success is Ontario's success. I mean, we've got great post-secondary institutions, we have great businesses, and our success here will help the work that the province wants to do to have a very successful province. So again, very happy to see this today. Just a couple of quick questions on the surplus land, the city surplus lands. Obviously, the federal government probably has the most opportunity here for surplus lands coming into play. We have some opportunity here, but I agree with Councillor Kitts. Like, I'm in favor of building and building and building, but there may be times where we have a surplus property that maybe we need to put a community center there, or we need to do something that has a well-intended purpose that serves that broader community. So what's just going to be the general approach for these municipal surplus lands? We're not going to give it all towards housing. I think there might be some areas where there's value in having an alternative that, again, builds a complete community or serves some other objectives that we have as a city.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Councillor. It's not an all or nothing deal. It's really looking at how we can leverage the lands that we do have, I'm going to say at every level of government, in terms of meeting those housing targets. So we'll be doing that work over the next while to see what we can advance, but it's not every piece.
Great, thank you. Just moving on to the Ottawa Hospital, which I think we all look forward to seeing that come to realization. So important, and will be, I'm without a doubt, a world-class facility. What's our role in this? I mean, obviously we need to get out of the way and facilitate and help where we do have a role. So what's our role? And then secondly, to me, this is on federal land, so hopefully, the same philosophy that we're going to bring to it is going to be adopted by the National Capital Commission and all these other federal regulators that are part of seeing this project realized.
Really, it's just a commitment in terms of the city working with the hospital to advance the project and making sure that things move as quickly as they possibly can. That's the intention of the language. It's really to advance the construction that's happening there and ensuring that we're helping as we can.
Okay, thank you. Just lastly, on slide 11, the next steps, advocacy to the federal government. And then finalize an agreement. Is there some potential that this would be a tripartite agreement, or is this going forward as a provincial city agreement?
At this point, it's an agreement between the province and the city of Ottawa, and you'll see recommendation number 3 in the report that was tabled today is the advancement of this deal to the federal government to continue the advocacy. That is my commitment to council in terms of moving it forward.
Right. Well, and I look forward to seeing that, and I hope this helps resonate and build a case to the federal government to invest in cities and work collaboratively with the province. And I think we've got a good model here. So if there is additional federal funding that is coming our way, hopefully it will be with the least amount of strings possible, so that we have, again, a very simplified agreement that gets the money working for residents as quickly as possible without too much fine print. Thank you very much.
Merci, Conseiller Desroches. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to ask some basic questions about how we got started here once the province agreed to sit down to talk about Ottawa's main financial needs. Did we show up with a list and that's how negotiations started, or did the province come and say, hey, we're interested in some projects, let's sit down and then listen to your side? How did this first start off?
In the beginning, it was actually a a very large ask in terms of everything that the city is facing. We talked a little bit this afternoon about some of the transit issues that we're facing as well. And it became clear over the discussions and negotiations based on the themes that we couldn't address all of those during these discussions. So those, some of those things, I'm going to say, are paused. We'll deal with them at a later base, and we'll continue discussions. So it's kind of got refined over time.
There's probably a list of issues that we think the provincial government should be engaged on, partnering with us on contributing towards that. They've said not this time, but you have, I guess, a secondary list as well?
There's certainly a list of items. I'm going to say I think everyone around this table has a list of items in terms of what I call a wish list as to either the province or the federal government helping us with.
Okay, very good. Just with respect to baseline, I'll say, listen, in addition to me being a ward councillor, I'm a city councillor, and I want to make decisions and contribute to positive outcomes that that benefit the city as a whole, and I fundamentally believe that. I'll just say with baseline, when I posed the question to the former general manager and others in the transportation department, baseline has always been identified as a top-ranked, if not the top priority, BRT. Our position as a city has always been upper levels of government are going to pay for this. Our position to date has always been we expect the provincial and federal governments to pay for this. So this was going to be a corridor, a top-ranked corridor, that Ottawa taxpayers were not going to be asked to contribute to. And now we have a BRT identified in this package that never was at the top of the list, despite it will provide benefit, that we are now $80 million into our contribution. So I don't dispute that March Road definitely needs a corridor. It's always been part of the basket of 10 or 11 BRTs that exist. My understanding as part of the TMP next year, we as a council are going to finally prioritize those and determine what are the top priorities. But it's almost like if you're going to the feds to advocate for Canada at the same time, we should say, you know what, there are some other BRT corridors we're going to be coming to you, because I wouldn't want them to fund one and say, all right, we're done with you, Ottawa, don't come back for another 5 to 10 years. Which leads to my next question. Is the Premier's position still opposition to funding LRT Phase 3? He, within the last year, was very clear, I'm not funding anything else with respect to LRT until Ottawa gets their act together, and that train is back on track. But was this part of the package that Ottawa had when we asked for funding on various initiatives? Surely we asked about LRT Phase 3.
I can speak to that to provide some context, perhaps, Councillor Brockington, but I think the Premier has been clear about the fact that he wants to see us make some progress on the operations of Phase 1 and the implementation of Phase 2 before he will make a commitment towards Phase 3. So that wasn't part of the discussion that we had, because it wasn't something that the province is ready to move on right now, but at some point in the future, we'll be able to have that conversation with them.
Okay, I appreciate that. So originally, though, the Canada BRT was a provincial priority that we have agreed to. Is that correct?
That was the project that the province wished to bring forward with respect to this, yes.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Finally, just on the Civic Hospital, because I've heard long-term care home, and I'm not understanding the context. So can someone just elaborate? Are we talking about once the current hospital comes down and what the plans are going forward, or is this a different location where we want to see an LTC built?
Yeah, it's a different location. So we've talked about the development that's happening at the Riverside location. I call it the Schlegel long-term care. And so the piece of this agreement is with respect to the covenant that was had on that property and the agreement that we had with respect to a financial contribution to that. And so, as I said during the presentation, this was a non-negotiable item for the province. So in essence, we've received $543 million and we have given up 12.9. So that can advance the 256 long-term care beds in the city.
Okay, appreciate having you to repeat that again, but that provides the clarity I was seeking on that matter. So thanks very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor DeBruce?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I heard my colleague comments this morning, and I just want to take a moment. Some of the questions they ask, they're very valid, and it's very nice to hear the clarification from our city managers and from Cyril, of course. But I want to take a moment to thank you and the Ottawa team, actually. These effort and that work to be able to have a partnership and be able to get that package from the province. It is very important for not only rural Ottawa, I'm very happy with the announcement of that, but the city at all. I know that this is a very tough time. We're going through the city of Ottawa, and I know there is lots of financial hurdles going to come ahead of us, but I just want to congratulate you on the effort that happened behind the scene, because those announcements doesn't come that easy, and most of us as councillors sitting around that table, we understand the magnitude of the conversation and the workload that happened behind the scene and the heavy lifting. So I want to congratulate Wendy and her team and yourself, Mr. Mayor, for advocating for Ottawa. Of course, thanking the province for listening to us and delivering on some of their promises. I'm not going to go into the detail of some of the rural funding that's going to come. I'm sure we're going to see this, how going to translate in our rural community, but we're very happy to hear that the rural Ottawa have not been forgotten, and we are part of that package also. So thank you very much for all the work. I just want to leave that comment out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeRuse. All right, on the recommendations then, is that carried? Thank you, everyone. There are no in-camera items, so item 21, disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Is that received? Motion to adopt reports. Councillor Hill.
Que le rapport numéro 5 du comité de la vérification, le rapport
The Audit Committee Report 5, Built Heritage Committee Report 12, Emergency and Preparedness and Protective Services Committee Report 10, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 9, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Reports 12A and 13, Planning and Housing Committee Report 24, the report from the City Manager entitled Ontario-Ottawa Funding Agreement Report, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submission for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirement at the City Council meeting of March 6, 2024, be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? Thank you. Motions of which notice has previously been given. 23.1, waiver of demolition control for 181 to 183 Holland Avenue. Is that carried?
Carried.
23.2, exemption to section 4.1 of the council expense policy for the Stittsville Community Enrichment Initiative. Is that carried?
Carried.
23.3, Ottawa Shawarma Capital. Is that carried? Okay. Oh, did you want to speak to it? Okay.
I want to hear it.
And just before you give that speech, I have a little surprise for you, Councillor Dudas. I got you a shawarma to mark the occasion, so there you go.
Thank you.
It would have worked a little better.
I will share with everyone. We'll cut it into 24.
We're on a tight budget, so we'll cut it into pieces, but I was hoping to deliver that to you before noon, but didn't work out that way.
This is wonderful. I won't belabor the point, and I want to thank everybody for supporting this motion. You know, I had a couple of emails, like really less than a handful, saying this was frivolous and a silly motion. It's, you know, it may be a bit tongue-in-cheek, but frankly, our city is so incredibly diverse. You know, we don't often recognize just how diverse and cultural and interesting we are. And when we were doing the number crunching, yes, Ottawa has over 200 standalone shawarma shops. I compared it and I looked at, you know, Tim Hortons. How many do we have? We have 119 Tim Hortons. far surpasses that. We've got 21 McDonald's. We have more shawarma shops than we have gas stations. Like, the number is kind of remarkable, but the other thing is it's a huge economic driver. So you think about all the people employed by it, all the local business people that own these shops, and a lot of them come from other countries. They're coming from Middle Eastern countries. They're coming here, they're setting up, and they're running these amazing businesses. So there was a lot of nuances to this that I thought was more than just proclaiming a title that we very much well deserve, because we have the best shawarma, but it also was more about that. And I shared a letter with you all that I received from the Ambassador of Lebanon, His Excellency, stating how much he appreciated this effort on the part of our council, and also committing to organizing a shawarma festival. So I'll be working with all of you to certainly do that. I think it'd be wonderful. And, you know, once again, it's just another way to celebrate how amazingly cool Ottawa is. So thank you very much for your support and for the shawarma, Mayor.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Plante?
Yes, Councillor Carr could not be here for this historic and wonderful moment, but she does want me to pass on the following comment. She says, could you please ask Councillor Dudas on her shawarma motion if she has considered this from a public health perspective, because every time I eat too much shawarma, I have falafel. Falafel, yes.
What a shame that Councillor Carr wasn't here to deliver that in person. All right, thank you for that, Councillor Dudas. It's official now. 23.4, use of Mooney's Bay parking lot. Is that carried? 23.5, National Youth Week. Is that carried? Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Councillor Tierney has a motion related to the FCM. Okay, sorry, Councillor Troster will actually be making the motion, seconded by Councillor Johnson, related to the FCM Board of Directors on suspension of the rules. Is that carried?
Okay. I'll just read the be it resolved. This is to help promote Councillor Tierney to endorse him to stand for an even higher level within the FCM board. So be it resolved that the Council of the City of Ottawa endorses Councillor Tim Tierney to stand for election on FCM's Board of Directors for the period starting in June 2024 and ending June 2025. And be it further resolved that Council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Tierney attending FCM's Board of Directors meetings.
Thank you. Is that carried?
Carried.
Notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll just read the therefore be it resolved clauses. Therefore be it resolved that roads and parking services staff perform a municipal scan in Canada or other comparable jurisdictions to determine if public partnerships involving private laneway clearing vehicles complementing municipal plows have been explored, and therefore be it further resolved that if such a partnership is determined to have been explored, staff identify what the lessons learned are, and be it further resolved that staff complete an internal review of the operational feasibility and legal permissibility of integrating such a service into the city's established maintenance quality standards and current operational practices, and be it further resolved that staff report back to the Transportation Committee and the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee in Q4 2024 on the outcome of the municipal scan and internal review, and if deemed operationally feasible, the high-level requirements to deliver a pilot program, including but not limited to technology, staffing, resource, and budgetary requirements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Are there any other notices of motion? Okay, I'll note the notice of intent, item 26. Motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor Hill.
Monsieur le Maire, que le règlement énuméré
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings, be read and passed.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor.
Règlement de ratification. That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of April 3rd, 2024.
Thank you. I don't think there are any inquiries. So just before we wrap up, I wanted to ask our city manager to note an important milestone today.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just want to thank Council's indulgence. I know it's been a long meeting today, and it's afternoon now, but today is David White's last official council meeting before he retires. And I wanted to take the opportunity to recognize David, our city solicitor and our interim city clerk, for his exceptional contributions to the city and our organization over the past 3 decades. I said to the mayor privately this morning with David in attendance that I would never speak of this in public, but I will this morning or this afternoon. My first introduction to David, he was a labor lawyer when I first met him, and I think I was 6 months into the job and was having difficulty with an employee in the organization. And David was absolutely amazing in terms of providing advice and shepherding me throughout the entire process to get everyone and everything on the right process. And that was my introduction to David very early on in my career, and he has continued to do that throughout his entire career here at the city. He's had a 30-year career. He joined the former region in 1993 as an articling student, and he took on the legal portfolio in 2016 and named the city solicitor in 2019. And, you know, David has done all kinds of work throughout the years in the areas of employment, litigation, labor law, but he has been a longtime champion of our city's ethics framework. And it started with our new employee code of conduct, followed by the creation of a dedicated ethics specialist in the organization. And it was an incredible amount of work that David did, and he's been an incredible champion to the organization with respect to that. And I know he's worked really hard recently with respect to our code of conduct, and also on the shared city values, and they are foundational elements to our organization. David has a passion and an expertise, and he actually does some of this work, I'm going to say, outside of the city too, with respect to his work on Ontario's Conflict of Interest Act. He's provided support with respect to that, as well as the conduct handbook for municipal employees and officials. And David, I just want to take a moment this afternoon. I want to recognize the career that you've had here at the city. It's been incredible. I thank you for your contributions. I know the senior leadership table, around the table, our members are going to be sad to see you go, and I know your team is going to be incredibly sad to see you go. So thank you for your wise counsel, your always having a sense of humor, no matter what you're talking about, and injecting that into the conversation. We are going to miss you immensely, and we all wish you well on your retirement. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're allowed to say something if you'd like. I know you didn't want any of this, but go ahead.
Well, thank you, Wendy. I think all I would say is that if I've accomplished anything over the time of my career, it's by virtue of the support of my family, and because I have been surrounded by a very talented and very dedicated team. We'll be forever grateful for that. And so thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you to my colleagues on SLT. And certainly many thanks to the people I've had the pleasure of working with over the past 30 years.
Thank you again, David. All the best to you in your retirement, but not yet, of course. It's not till next Friday, so still counting on you. Okay. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Hill.
Que les délibérations du Conseil
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting of April 3rd, 2024 be adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup.
just, once we sort of came back from the pandemic, I just haven't gotten it, but maybe next year.
I have never missed playing a prank.
Did you play a prank today?
Of course I did. My kids used to start like March 29th, dreading April 1st, wondering what was going to happen to them. One year I sewed an entire box of Cheerios together on a really, really, really long thread. So there's my bleary-eyed teenage son opening the box to pour his breakfast cereal, and the entire box comes puddling out all over.
No way.
Yeah, in one solid man. That was great. And then another year, at my mom's suggestion, she was probably 85 at the time. She's now almost 95. She said, move your husband's car around the corner, and when he goes to look for it in the morning, he'll think it's stolen.
Nice.
It was great.
Testing. Everybody ready to talk about shawarma?
Good afternoon. Bonjour à tous. My name is Kendra Titley and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kendra Titley et je serai l'animatrice de ce point de presse. I will now invite each agency in alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. We'll now start with, nous allons commencer par Arthur White-Crummy at CBC Ottawa.
Hi, this is for the mayor. I just wanted to ask about your trip to London. There's some chatter online right now from people that feel that whatever else Ottawa tourism is covering here, they're also helping to support your personal interest in running a marathon. And I just wanted to ask, first of all, when you learned that you had been accepted to the London Marathon and whether it was before or after you were invited to the trade mission.
I'll walk you through the whole sequence of events. Last summer, I went to Paris with Ottawa Tourism on a mission to promote tourism because we have this new direct flight between Paris and Ottawa. And at that time, Ottawa Tourism said, we should do more of this. And they indicated that they intended to go to a very specific event that takes place every April and that they've been to before. They go every year to this conference. It's a sports tourism conference that takes place in April every year. And they invited me to join them on that mission. And I said yes. And several months after that took place, I reached out to, so somewhere along the line, I noticed that this conference took place at around the same time as the London Marathon. So several months after the decision was made that I would accompany Ottawa Tourism on this trade mission and that we would add Invest Ottawa and others to the event, I reached out to see if I could get an entry into the London Marathon, and I secured an entry into the London Marathon, which I am paying for myself. And any personal expenses or any extra time that I would spend in the UK as a result of this trip, I'm paying the expenses for myself. Ottawa Tourism is covering my travel there and back and my accommodation when I'm representing them on a very important mission for Ottawa Tourism and for Invest Ottawa.
Did you seek an opinion from the Integrity Commissioner on this? And what would you say to people that do see either a perceived conflict of interest in accepting money from a group that represents the tourism industry and hotels, or taxpayer dollars that are provided to it through a grant?
So I don't believe any taxpayer dollars go to Ottawa Tourism.
I believe there is an $800,000 grant.
Is that, we'd have to confirm that, but I think since we've had the municipal tax, the room tax, since the room tax was put in place, I don't know, we can find that out. I'm not aware of what that might be. Look, there's a huge opportunity here to promote Ottawa as a tourist destination, as a destination for business. Throughout the history of Ottawa, we have had missions like this before. Previous mayors have gone to places like Beijing and the Netherlands. So there's a long history of having these kinds of missions to promote business. Great return for the city if we're able to secure some deals and land some events. This is happening at no cost whatsoever to taxpayers. And Ottawa Tourism sees it as a priority within their budget to have a mission of this nature, and they think there's value in having the Mayor of Ottawa on this trip, as I was last year for a trip to Paris. The other thing I would say is I run every single day. So on this trip to London, I'm going to run every day. There happens to be a marathon going on while I'm there, so instead of running from my hotel and running around the streets of London myself, I entered the London Marathon, and I'm going to participate in the London Marathon at my own expense. So I'd be running either way, and I'll just be running in the marathon.
And just on the point that I asked about whether you sought some kind of opinion from the Integrity Commissioner and whether you think it would be appropriate to do so.
No, I don't see any conflict here or any need to speak to the Integrity Commissioner about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nous allons maintenant Charles-Antoine Gagnon à la droite.
L'accord
l'entente qui a été signée avec le gouvernement provincial.
The Ontario-Ottawa Agreement signed with the provincial government, to be able to move on, the federal government will have to invest $493 million. So you have to have the federal participation. If the federal government is not partner in all initiatives, what will happen? It's not an easy agreement, and it's not an all or nothing type of agreement. It doesn't mean that if the federal government doesn't participate, the Ontario government will remove itself. It's not that case. There might be some components within this agreement that will have to have the federal government's contribution. I'm very happy I will be to talk to local federal MPs. I will talk also to the federal government. They're well aware of the unique issues within the national capital. I said it more than once. We have to receive our part of the federal government's funding because of this unique position. I will be discussing with the federal government to get their support for some of these components. Follow-up question? Councillor Brockington was talking about coming back of the public servant within the downtown sector. Do you think that the federal government will ask its employees to work full-time downtown Ottawa? Madam Stevenson said that they are keeping close to their chests their reports. What does it mean? Every single negotiation is made in private until it becomes public. We cannot discuss what is table. This is a private discussion, a private negotiation. We cannot say anything before we reach an agreement with the federal government. Now, going back to federal public servants, it's not my decision. It's not under my purview. This will be a federal government's decision. What is sure? Any federal government's decision has an impact in Ottawa, especially downtown. We have to work together with the federal government in order to measure this impact.
Thank you, merci. Last but not least, we'll go to Blair Crawford, the Ottawa Citizen.
Hello, thank you. This is for Claire, and it concerns Councillor Brockman's motion about the city taking into account the community or social effects of the affordable housing spending under the Affordable Housing Fund. Just wondering how you interpret that, what that will mean for your decisions going forward and how it will affect that.
Yes, thanks for the question. As part of the evaluation, there are obviously considerations on the design and all of the construction elements. Once the evaluation and the short list of projects is complete, then the discretion is at the level of the Director of Housing Services to prioritize the projects for funding. At that level, we will put in place an additional lens on community impact. And we will also make that part of the discussion with proponents to ensure that they have the proper community engagement in place before going into or advancing on a particular project.
And so do you foresee this as a roadblock, as some of the other councillors were talking about?
No, I would see this as an additional step, but not a roadblock.
Second question, and this follows on Councillor Gower's question about transit funding, which was absent from the Premier's funding announcement last week. And as Councillor Gower said, I think Toronto has received $1 billion, was it, that he said, for operations of transit in Toronto?
Yeah, I'm not sure that is the actual number. I'm not questioning Councillor Gower's math, but I don't think it added up to quite that much.
So in just what I'm looking for is your response, whether you see there's an opportunity to get some money from the province for transit, which we so desperately need in the city.
I would note that a lot of the funding that was discussed in the Toronto deal was specific to projects that the provincial government is deeply involved in or even owns themselves, like the GO Train and like some of the new transit projects that are funded by the provincial government and owned by the provincial government. So it's a little bit of apples and oranges to compare the funds that were received in Toronto to the deal that we have. Having said that, there's no question that Ottawa needs to get support for transit operations from both the federal and provincial governments, and we have had many conversations about that with both levels of government, and will continue to do so. And we will continue to fight for Ottawa's fair share of transit operating funds and continue to illustrate to the provincial and federal governments the state of our transit system, the unique circumstances, including the impact of federal government decisions on the use of transit in Ottawa, and the fact that we have a very different deal from Toronto and from other municipalities in the GTA on transit. We don't get as much support from the provincial government on transit as other municipalities in Ontario do. So we're going to continue to make that case. We weren't able to get anything included in this deal, but we're going to continue to talk about it.
You tried to get some in this deal?
Well, there were a lot of different things discussed, and what you see before us is what's been agreed to so far. But we're always going to be talking to the provincial government and the federal government about getting the right level of support for Ottawa. So this is what we've agreed to so far.
Thank you. This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui.